Good morning, Ms. Good
morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Commissioners. Chair, to start off, we begin a new stream. On the drug busts. Affected by law enforcement agencies, and what subsequently happened to some of the busts that were conducted. Before we deal with the witnesses, Chair, I would like to, with your leave, move an application that has become necessary, notwithstanding our significant efforts to land at a different place, and that is an application for an in-camera hearing. This week
that does not relate to this witness.
No, this week we intend to lead 3 witnesses. The first will start today in a public hearing, and so will the second. In the course of preparation, we encountered challenges with the third witness. And the third witness deals in particular with the Port Shepstone drug theft of the 541 kilograms of cocaine.
And that witness is coming on when on?
Is scheduled for Friday. We understand and we are persuaded that in the past 12 months, significant strides have been made in the investigations, and quite a lot of information has been unearthed relevant to the whole investigation. Chair and Commissioners, you must not lose sight of the fact that this is an incident that arose in June 2021, and there had been the progress in regard to investigations was less than ideal until recently, well, not where recently means a year ago, and significant strides have been made. There is a concern that public testimony regarding the Port Shepstone theft would jeopardize both the investigations, secondly, the identities of confidential sources, potential witnesses for subsequent criminal prosecutions that will follow, and inadvertently disclosed potential suspects for prosecution. In our engagement with the witnesses and the law enforcement agencies, we sought a via media, which was to have the witness testify in partial camera, which is off-site, but to be heard in the auditorium. That situation would constrain the witness, and that the witness will not be able to unpack in detail what the investigations have so far established. And we believe that would only serve to prejudice the Commission, because the Commission will not have a full appreciation of what happened and how it came to be. We are now at a point where the witness's reluctance is compelling us to move for a complete in-camera hearing, where he is willing to disclose everything that the investigations have uncovered, but only if it is in camera. So the application we are moving before you, Chair, today, as the commissioners would know, this week and next week we are running the drug bust stream, and the witness for Friday is specifically for Port Shepstone. And we are requesting that this witness's testimony be held in camera, where he will make full disclosure based on the docket as it currently stands, starting with the actual seizure of the drugs at the Durban Harbour and the circumstances surrounding that, the handling of the seized drugs and subsequent storages at DPCI Port Shepstone offices, the subsequent actual theft of these drugs from the Port Shepstone offices, and what the investigations have uncovered thus far as regards that theft. And the evidence of potential witnesses the investigators have obtained relating to all the above issues. So it will be a complete and full disclosure to the commissioners regarding these matters, except that it can only happen if it is in camera. Having had consideration to the material and the full basis for the application, we as the evidence leaders are persuaded that it is appropriate to grant the application if the commission is to be placed in a position where it can discharge its terms of reference on these matters.
this being an application brought by the evidence leaders, do you still have the 72 hours? As you know, you must give notice 72 hours notice.
We admittedly we don't. We don't, Chair. We're just shy of 72 hours.
So you are seeking condonation for?
Firstly, seeking condonation. And in fact, my appearance today to move for the application was to save, quote unquote, the appearance of the witness, because it had come to a point where the witness was completely reluctant to appear. So I'm quite appreciative of the fact that we are shy of the requisite 72 hours, so therefore non-compliant, and it would be appropriate for the commissioners to condone the non-compliance. But the case we make is that we as evidence leaders are persuaded that it is appropriate that it be granted.
Do we at this stage grant a final order, or should it rather be in the form of a rule NISA returnable on Friday morning?
It would be a final order.
Final.
It would be a final order that we are seeking.
That's the giving of notice is an arrangement that was made at least with the two media houses that opposed the very first in-camera application, and the evidence leaders undertook that they would always give notice. If it's a final order right away, does that not breach the arrangement that was made?
Perhaps if I take a step back and we look at the circumstances that led to the moving of this application, we have been preparing with the witness. What brought us to this point, I would say, is the extent to which the evidence leaders were insisting certain evidence be put to the commissioners. The witness would have been somewhat prepared to testify as to some facts, but it would have been a very superficial kind of testimony. And in order to do a proper job and give proper perspective, the evidence leaders, quote unquote, drove the witness to disclose as much as possible, and I think to a point of discomfort for the witness. So this was not a witness intended to go in camera. It is the facts surrounding his testimony that have forced this application, and hence it was not moved yesterday or Friday, and we're taking opportunity of the start today to move it.
My inclination, but I've not had a discussion with my co-commissioners, is to grant the condonation.
Thank you, Chair.
But I'm loath to deny the media the opportunity to at least respond. What prejudice, if any, would be suffered if a rule NISA is issued with the media to respond not later than I was thinking of Thursday, for example. But in the event that we do grant the application eventually, so as not to prejudice you for purposes of Friday, the rule NISA is then returnable in the morning on Friday. You will choose whether or not you want to reply. Maybe you'll do so overnight on Thursday if you want to reply. At least the media will have been given an opportunity to consider the application and, if need be, possibly respond to it. Would you suffer any prejudice?
No, not necessarily, Chair. I think the challenge would be whether we are likely to proceed on Friday, depending on the Commissioner's decision at the end.
Our experience, with the exception of the odd application, our experience is that we finalize this within 45 minutes, give or take, so that in the end, the giving of testimony is not prejudiced. Is there legal representation for the Friday witness?
No,
then that's likely to be a very short application.
No.
Whichever way it goes in the end, but it's likely to be a very short application.
I was putting forward a potential consequence
Yes.
of the application of in-camera not being granted. And that is why I did not consider perhaps a rule NISI to be appropriate in the circumstances where we would land, and I do accept that the press should be granted the opportunity to express, to take a position regarding this issue.
Especially because it was an undertaking that you, the evidence leaders, made right at the beginning.
And it's an undertaking we made in circumstances where from the beginning we considered the applicant, the witness to be an in-camera witness. That is not the case here. This witness was going to testify in public, but circumstances drastically changed, and no level of persuasion by the evidence leaders, could reach a point where the witness would be persuaded to testify publicly. The issue is the identity of the witness must be withheld, and so must the contents of his testimony. So I'm thinking of a situation where the press is persuasive to the commissioners, and they're inclined to deny the in-camera here request. Then we are in a position where...
All the more reason then, if there's a possibility of a strong case being made, all the more reason that the press should be given...
I am not considering there's a strong case to be made. I'm taking into consideration the possibility of that. But I'm looking at the potential outcome, which is then the witness is compelled to testify publicly. I don't know if the witness will still be available to the commission in those circumstances. I just needed to put that one before the commissioners. What could potentially cure the problem of the witness not appearing at all is by the time the press, if the chair is granting the press until Thursday, by the time the press presents its case, the commissioners will have the full bundle and statement of the witness and are able to make an objective call. But I must state upfront that the witness is particularly reluctant to testifying in public, and should the order for in-camera not be granted, I don't know what the situation will be by Friday. I would be in the commissioner's hands.
What I will suggest, which I think has happened on the odd occasion, is have your witness ready, remote location, ready to testify remotely, fully in, or rather, is the idea in fully in camera?
Fully in camera,
fully in camera.
Not partial. Yes.
Have the witness ready to testify along those lines, so that if the application is granted, we commence immediately with a fully in camera hearing.
No, that would be the case. The witness will be prepared for Friday.
Yes.
What I was considering is if the application is denied, whether or not I would still be able to persuade the witness to proceed with the testimony, or whether the commissioners would choose to have to compel him to do so, and where that would potentially land all of us on Friday. So much as I accept the chair's approach, I just wanted to caution that in the event that it is denied, there may possibly not be a witness for Friday.
At this stage, even though perhaps it's close to the end of the engagement, at this stage, I'm just engaging you.
Yes, no, I do appreciate that, Chair. I appreciate that.
Yes.
But as I say then, if the evidence leaders could potentially be open to a ruling that the press be granted until Thursday, to express a view to the commissioners regarding this matter. And by then, the commissioners would have the benefit of the full statement and its annexures, and then the rule NISI can then be disposed of come Friday morning.
Yes. So I can't even bring my, no, I'm doing it deliberately. I can't even bring my co-commissioners close to me because I'm not well, I'm feverish. I think we'll just have to take a very brief adjournment, and then we'll keep our distances. The application must be served on the media by 2 p.m. today, 5 May 2026. The media must respond by 2 p.m. on 7 May 2026. The final order will be made on 7 May 2026 if there is no opposition. If there is opposition, a replying affidavit must be filed by 8 p.m. on 7 May 2026, and the application will be heard at 9:30 on 8 May 2026.
Thank you, Chair. Noted.
Thank you, Ms. Silo.
Chair.
You are not involved in the leading.
I am.
You are? Oh,
yes,
all right.
I'm leading the stream.
I was just about to excuse you.
No.
Thank you.
Chair, as I indicated then, from today we start with drug busts. This week is dedicated specifically to Port Shepstone. Our first witness is ready, and he will be led by Ms. Lee Sigals-Ncube.
Good morning, Ms. Sigals-Ncube.
Morning, Chair. Chair, the witness is Major General Hendrik Frans Flynn, and he is will be sworn in, Chair.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning, General.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the Commissioners.
Please state your full names for the record.
Hendrik Frans Flynn, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. General, in front of you, you should have a file with 2 sections. The first section should contain a statement prepared by you for purposes of your evidence today. If I could ask you to go to that first section from page 1 to 26. And my apologies, Chair.
I'm very sorry to stop you mid-sentence. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
General, your statement, page 1 to 26. Can you confirm the signature on page 26?
I confirm it, Commissioners.
And you confirm that this is the statement that you prepared for purposes of your evidence before the Commission?
Indeed, Commissioners.
Do you confirm that it is accurate, the contents of the statement is accurate?
I confirm that, Commissioners.
And then insofar as the annexures, just to confirm, the annexures to your statement mark HFF 1 to 4 is in the second section from page 1 to 128.
I confirm the annexures as well, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. General, can we start at page 1 of your statement? And if you could, we did have the discussion about how you want to deal with your evidence. And Chair, given the nature of the evidence, the General had indicated that in some instances he will read into the record, but when it comes to the more intricate aspects of illicit drugs, illegal mining, and that he would want to explain and give the Commissioner some practical examples as well, with the use of some photographs that he has provided to the Commission, but did not want it to be part of his statement, but will be included as exhibits later on. Thank you, Chair. General, you may then start on page 1 at paragraph 1, and please, if you want to read, you can read, and then where you want to explain, please do so, or elaborate.
Thank you, Commissioners. I am a Major General in the South African Police Service, attached to the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, known as the DPCI or Hawks, as the component head for Serious Organised Crime Investigation, based at the head office in Silverton, Pretoria. In 1993, I obtained a National Diploma in Police Administration from Technikon SA. In 2007, I obtained a Baccalaureus Technologia in Forensic Investigation, a Magister Technologia MTech in Forensic Investigation from UNISA in 2010, and a postgraduate diploma in Business Management from the Northwest University Business School in 2023. I joined SAPS on 1 January 1989. By then it was known as the South African Police Force. In September 1990, I was attached to the Diamond and Gold branch in Klerksdorp, which later became known as the Precious Metals and Diamond Unit, where I performed duties as an investigator and later as a team leader. This unit was eventually incorporated into the South African Police Service Organised Crime Unit. On 20 February 2009, the DPCI was established, incorporating the SAPS Organised Crime Unit. I have been with the DPCI since its inception. In October 2016, I was appointed Cluster Coordinator for the Detective Service in Phokeng, managing and overseeing the detectives within that district. I held the rank of Colonel at the time. This appointment was within the greater SAPS, so it was not within the DPCI. I was responsible for coordinating all investigations within the cluster, including inspections and attending to serious crime scenes. Commissioner, when I refer to serious crime scenes, it inter alia includes murder cases, serious robberies, house robberies, etc. That's happening on a regular basis within that space. On the 1st of January 2019, I was promoted to Brigadier and appointed as the Provincial Commander for Serious Organised Crime Investigation, or SOC in brackets, within the DPCI in the Northwest Province, and I was based in Klerksdorp. As the Provincial Commander, I was responsible for managing and overseeing the activities of the Serious Organised Crime Investigation units within the province. By then, it's now Lieutenant General Mbotu was the provincial head responsible for all components in the DPCI. So by then, Lieutenant General Mbotu was a Major General. On the 1st of September 2024, I was appointed to my current position as Component Head for Serious Organised Crime Investigation within the DPCI nationally. I currently report to Lieutenant General Mboto, who is the DPCI Divisional Commissioner, National Priority Offences Operations.
Sorry, General, just before you proceed with that, there was an aspect that I canvassed with you in preparation for your evidence, which is not contained in your statement, but may be relevant to deal with it here in reference to General Mboto. You will recall, you say that you started on the 1st of September 2024. General Mboto gave evidence before the Commission about a takedown operation that had been undertaken on the 6th of December 2024 at Mr. Katiso Molefe's residence. And he said that you were one of the component heads that he had inquired from as to whether your unit was conducting any operations in the Sandton area. I just want you to address that and confirm and give us your version of what you can recall if you did in fact have that discussion with General Mboto.
Thank you, Commissioners. Yes, indeed, I confirm the inquiry that was made by General Mboto. By then, on that specific date, we were at the Excellence Awards of the DPCI. I was approached by the General and he made inquiries with me, and I denied that any of my personnel are involved in any operation at Mr. Molefe's residence.
And do you recall what General Mboto had specifically asked you? Did he tell you why he was asking you if your troops were involved in an operation in Sandton?
No, I didn't receive any detail, Commissioners.
Okay, so you weren't aware that it had related to an allegation that there were perhaps people that were imitating Hawks members at the residence, that was the allegation. He didn't tell you about that?
I cannot recall that per se, Commissioners, but what I know for a fact is by that time there was a number of incidents where members of the public would impersonate them to be members of the DPCI and then take part in raids at premises, etc., and indicate that they are DPCI members. That I can confirm.
Okay, and then just for my curiosity, it seems that you were reporting to General Mboto in the Northwest, and then when you move in September 2024 to head office, he either moves subsequent to that or just before that, if memory serves me right. Did he have any part in your moving to head office?
No, Commissioner. The general by then, when I got promoted to head office from the 1st of September 2024, the General Mboto was by then still the provincial head of the DPCI Northwest. And so I arrived in head office before him.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, General. You may then continue at paragraph 6. In addition, you now dealing with the other components within the DPCI, operational components.
Thank you, Commissioners. In addition to the SOCI component headed by myself, the DPCI has the following operational components. It is the serious commercial crime component, then we have the serious corruption investigations, and then 2 operational support components. They do not carry dockets or execute arrests. They provide operational support to the operational components, the 3 major components. And they are the forensic accounting investigations, as well as the priority crime specialized investigations. And I've also mentioned in the statement who is the current acting component heads or appointed component heads within that space.
Both have the name in, or as part of the name, investigations. That seems to suggest that they would carry dockets. Why do they have investigations in the name?
Well, although they are intimately involved with investigations, Commissioners, they do not carry the dockets. The dockets are being carried by either detectives within the serious organized crime space, serious corruption space, or serious commercial crime space. So they are rendering a support with, for instance, expert evidence that normal organized crime detectives are not capable of performing. So they assist us within that space.
Thank you, General. 6.4?
And then 6.4, Commissioners, it deals with, we also have the Tactical Operations Management section, known as TOMS, which is not technically a component. They report directly to the Divisional Commissioner, and they are headed by Brigadier Mokoena.
Thank you, General. Just a question for clarification. It seems to me that you have serious commercial crime, you have serious corruption investigations, you have serious organized crime. Is there ever an overlap in respect of one particular matter where all 3 are involved in a crime, for example? And how do you navigate that?
Indeed, Commissioners, the nature of the investigations that we are conducting tends towards overlapping, because organized crime can, for instance, never take place without corruption. So there is always that corruption element, and then in terms of then subsequent money laundering activities, obviously it goes hand in hand with fraud, and that then includes the commercial space. So it is, there's always that overlap, and we address that by means of a multidisciplinary, multidimensional approach where we rope in all the necessary resources to be effective with an investigation.
General, you said something now that organized crime never happens without corruption. Is that your opinion or in your experience? That organized crime, there's always an element of corruption involved. And what do you specifically mean by corruption?
Commissioners, by the nature of organized crime, there needs to be enabling factors that allows organized crime to flourish. In order for that to happen, it's my experience that there is always an element of corruption involved in the perpetuating of these crimes.
And by that you mean corruption within what, government spheres? What kind of corruption I refer?
Both private and public space, commissioners.
Okay. Then, General, if we can go to paragraph 7.
I consider myself to be a career detective. Before my promotion to component head, I had an active role in investigating serious organized crime in the Northwest. These days, my role is more strategic than operational. I am responsible for maintaining policy and standards applicable to the SARCI component nationally. I also monitor the performance of serious organized crime investigation units nationally and guide and oversee investigations within this space.
Can I just understand the oversee investigations aspect of it? You have your investigator and you the component head nationally. So how do you oversee an investigation? For example, let's take the matter that you're going to be testifying about. What is your role in that? Because I'm mindful of the fact that there could be elements of interference where, as a head, you may interfere in an investigation, but it is labeled overseeing. So I just want to understand, are there parameters, guidelines into how you exercise your oversight role?
Commissioners, let me first indicate that within my space at head office, I have investigating capacity within all 4 of the sections at head office. So that enables my office to, for instance, take over certain investigations where there's problems, for instance, or where a province is not having the necessary capacity to deal with certain investigations. So it's not something strange for my office to receive a directive to oversee or to take over in its totality an investigation. In terms of the Port Shepstone matter, that investigation was taken over by my component shortly after the incident in 2021.
Your component, but at that time you weren't the head in 2021.
That's correct, Commissioner. By then, Major General Kana was heading the serious organized crime investigation component.
You would have heard Advocate Sello saying that there had been some significant developments in the investigation over the past 12 or so months. In this matter. So you're saying that this investigation started in 2021 after the theft, November 2021?
I confirm that, Commissioners.
And developments only, it was only real developments or significant developments, as she said, after your appointment as component head. Is that coincidental?
Well, Commissioner, I don't know if it's coincidental, but I can confirm that there is substantial progress on the investigation subsequent to my appointment. I can confirm that.
And can I ask, This investigation, you said it was taken over by your component. Where was it before that, before it was taken over?
Commissioners, immediately after the housebreaking was detected, the burglary at the Port Shepstone Serious Organised Crime Investigation Unit, the matter was left with the detective service at Port Shepstone. Shortly thereafter, a decision was taken by the then DPCI head, Lieutenant General Labia, to establish a team to investigate the matter, and then the responsibility to oversee that investigation, or the investigation by then, was placed on Major General Kana, who has overseen it from then until he went on retirement by the end of August 2024, and I took up office on the 1st of September 2024.
Thank you, General. You may continue at paragraph 8.
The primary purpose of this statement is to give evidence regarding the November 2021 theft of cocaine from police custody in Port Shepstone. However, I will traverse other related topics to give the Commission the necessary context to understand the events that transpired in Port Shepstone.
Okay, we then move on to a new topic, serious organized crime investigations. You may continue from paragraph 9.
Thank you, Commissioners. As stated earlier, I was the Provincial Commander for Soki in Klerksdorp Northwest, and thereafter promoted to Component Head for Soki nationally. In order to understand what Soki entails, it's important to understand what is considered serious organized crime. Serious organized crime is coordinated, structured, and ongoing criminal conduct carried out by criminal groupings involving serious offences which, by reason of their scale, sophistication, or societal impact, fall within the category of national priority offences contemplated in Section 17D of the South African Police Service Act, Act 68 of 1995. Serious organized crime is a subset of national priority crime referred to in Section 17D of the SAPS Act.
You may continue.
According to the DPCI's mandate, the Soki component includes, and this is just examples, it's not an all-inclusive list, Commissioner, national priority violent crimes, such as cash in transit robberies and trafficking in firearms or explosives, both transnationally and nationally, by organized crime networks. Then the second section is the South African Narcotics Enforcement Bureau, commonly known as SANEP, which deals with all national and transnational drug trafficking offences, detection and dismantling of all clandestine drug laboratories and other drug-related crimes. Then the third section there is the Economic Protected Resources section, which investigates offences relating to transnational importing of non-ferrous metals and tampering with essential infrastructure in organised, complex and sophisticated cases, transnational importing and exporting of precious metals, diamonds and chrome, illegal mining committed in an organised fashion, wildlife trafficking, and then human trafficking linked to organised criminal groups or committed in an organised fashion by land, sea or air.
General, human trafficking falls under economic protected resources. Why is that?
Commissioner, I don't want it to be misleading because it's as if it adds value economically, but it's all about the exploitation of the victims of trafficking in persons, whether it is for slave labor or for purposes of prostitution or other reasons. The reason why it's under economic protected resource is because of the exploitation of the victims. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. May I continue?
And then the fourth section within the component is the crimes against the state component, which investigate at crimes like, for instance, high treason, terrorism, terror financing, etc.
Okay, then at paragraph 12, you deal with the prevalence of these various crimes in the different provinces.
The order of prevalence of these crimes will differ from province to province. In the Northwest, illegal mining, illicit drugs, and firearm trafficking are the most prevalent. In Gauteng, illicit drugs, precious metals and diamonds, firearms and ammunition, and cash in transit heists are the most prevalent. In KwaZulu-Natal, illicit drugs, CIT, and non-ferrous metals crimes are the most prevalent, and in the Western Cape, with specific reference to Cape Town, illicit drugs, marine life crimes, firearms and ammunition, and gangsterism-related offences are the most prevalent. In an attempt to give the Commission context to how sophisticated organised crime can be, and given that I spent the majority of my career in the Northwest, the best way is to deal briefly with illegal mining in the Northwest Province. The police officials in the Northwest are faced with large-scale criminality by heavily armed criminal groupings conducting illegal mining activities at redundant mining sites or inadequately secured mine shafts. The illegal mining activities are conducted under the control or direction of organized groups or networks who regulate access to mining sites, coordinate the extraction of material, and control its onward movement.
Sorry, General, before you continue to the next paragraph, can you just give us examples of what you refer to as heavily armed?
Thank you, Commissioners. It happened that this illegal mining groupings that get illegal access to mine shafts, both underground and to protect it on surface, are armed with automatic rifles, with pistols, revolvers, and in some instances we even found hand grenades. At some of the scenes we will recover in excess of 10 or more rifles from the perpetrators, as well as sufficient ammunition to continue with a firefight for at least 24 hours. In one instance, we recovered only AK-47 ammunition, 6,000 rounds of ammunition. It goes without saying that it shows us how well equipped these criminals are within the organized crime space. They have logistics, supply chain streams that provide them with food, as well as gold refining paraphernalia that they use both underground and on surface. And then there is always visible and available market to facilitate the onward trafficking, with subsequent money laundering that's taking place on a continuous and ongoing basis.
Thank you, General. Paragraph 15?
13.
15, 1-5.
The extracted material is transported from the mining sites to informal or unlawful processing operations, or introduced into legitimate processing streams. By this, I mean the material is sold to a legitimate refining or processing company with a refining license. I would like to make it clear, Commissioners, that this is not everybody within that industry or all the companies. There are unscrupulous license holders, but there are also honest companies within that space. The material is sold through intermediaries and may ultimately be refined or exported. The proceeds generated from such activities are often handled in cash or through informal channels, which obscures the origin of the material and the financial flows associated with it. Gold is a high-value commodity that can be transported and concealed with relative ease. Once refined, it is generally indistinguishable from lawfully mined gold, which facilitates its integration into legitimate markets. This makes it difficult to trace the origin of the material. The continued demand for gold and other minerals, both locally and internationally, contributes to the persistence of illegal mining activities. Refineries and processors could acquire the illegal material through intermediaries or suppliers who present such material as lawfully sourced. The illegally mined material may enter legitimate refining processes without its unlawful origin being apparent. This could occur if other role players in the supply chain misrepresent the origin of the material, or the unlawfully mined material is mixed with lawful material prior to refining. The refining process itself renders the material indistinguishable from lawfully sourced product, thereby facilitating its integration into the formal market. The proceeds from the sale of the material may then appear to be legitimate income.
General, so here you dealt with an instance where the refinery, the legitimate refinery and processing company is not aware that the material that they are receiving are illegally mined. Are there instances where legitimate refineries and processing companies are aware that they are buying illegally mined material?
Indeed, Commissioners, there is a number of such cases already being dealt with in our courts, or that's currently before courts in South Africa.
Thank you, General. And then insofar as the refining licensing process itself is concerned, is there any involvement there in the organized crime aspect of it, in getting the license issued? So licenses that ought not to be issued are issued to companies?
I do not have any evidence to that effect, Commissioners.
Thank you. Then you say, I now turn to illicit drugs at paragraph 18.
Thank you, Commissioners. Illicit drugs, for purposes of my evidence, are substances that are prohibited by law. Illicit drugs may also be drugs that are lawfully possessed or used under specific conditions, but which are then possessed, used, or distributed unlawfully. My statement deals only with the former. There are essentially two categories of illicit drugs or narcotics: naturally derived drugs and synthetic drugs. Naturally derived drugs are, for instance, dagga, cocaine, and heroin. And I would also like to include here methamphetamine that's originating from Afghanistan. Cocaine is derived from leaves of the coca plant, which is cultivated mainly in South American countries such as Colombia. The leaves are harvested and then processed to extract the substance known as coca paste. This paste is further refined through chemical processes to produce cocaine hydrochloride, which is the form commonly trafficked and sold as cocaine. Heroin is derived from the opium poppy plant, which is cultivated primarily in Afghanistan. The opium is extracted from the poppy plant and then processed to produce morphine, which is further refined into heroin through additional chemical processes. And this is where I also would like to include then the plant-based methamphetamine that originates also from Afghanistan, Commissioners. Cocaine and heroin enter South Africa commonly through established transnational maritime routes involving multiple countries. Cocaine is typically transported from South Africa via West Africa.
South America.
Apologies for that, Commissioners. Transported from South America via West Africa before reaching Southern Africa, while heroin is commonly transported from regions such as Afghanistan through East Africa like Mozambique and into South Africa. These substances are moved using a variety of methods, including air travel couriers, commercial maritime routes, and overland transport. South Africa functions both as a destination for local distribution and as a transit point for further international trafficking. These activities are generally conducted by organized criminal networks operating across national borders. A common method used globally is called the rip-on, rip-off technique. It is essentially hiding drugs inside someone else's shipment in the container when retrieving them before the rightful owner ever knows. The illicit drugs are placed into a legitimately packed shipping container without the knowledge of the lawful consignor or consignee and are later removed from that container at a port or transit point. This method makes use of legitimate cargo to conceal the transportation of drugs. The process requires the trafficking syndicate to identify a legitimate container with a legitimate consignment from a reputable company. Usually an employee or employees at the consignor would be targeted by the trafficking syndicate. The transaction also requires corrupt officials in the source port as well as its final destination. The officials load bulk consignments of contraband in backpacks, baggage, and boxes placed preferably at the back of the container. Sometimes a duplicate seal is left inside the container. Should the container be opened, it can be resealed without raising an alarm that the consignment has been tampered with. The rip-off is normally done at its destination. Here again, corrupt officials will break the seal, open the container, remove the contraband, and replace the ripped seal with the duplicate seal that has been placed in the container. In most cases, the port of origin is the port of Santos in Brazil, which is a free port requiring no customs duties from companies using the port. In my experience, in the majority of transactions, the shipper, the forwarding agent, the clearing agent, and the transporter, such as a truck driver, are innocent parties and are unlikely to be aware of any contraband hidden in the container. These parties rely on the information for the legitimate consignment contained in the shipping documents, such as the manifest document, the bill of lading, clearing and transportation documents. Similarly, customs officers will peruse these documents to determine if the consignment is legitimate before releasing the container, none the wiser that illicit drugs have been smuggled into the container. I can perhaps also just here indicate, Commissioners, that SARS Customs do some physical checks on these containers, and then on some of it, obviously not all. And in some instances, they do detect narcotics and then alert the DPCI to the matter for further investigation. I will deal in detail with seizures that occurred in 2020 to 2022, but I want to deal with one seizure to give the Commission a practical example of the method described above.
Thank you, General. Just before you proceed, Commissioners, this is where we're going to flight some photographs just to demonstrate what the General is indicating. Proceed, General.
Thank you. On 30 July 2021, a ton of cocaine, it was in total 999 kilogram bricks, Commissioners, was seized in Durban at the LCS Freight Logistics Depot. The drugs were found at the back of a Scania shipping container containing truck parts. The container's port of origin was the port of Santos in Brazil. Scania was not aware of the cocaine in the container. The drugs were seized and taken to the Maiden Wharf police station. Prior to the DPCI arriving at the depot, members from border policing visited the company and placed a detention order on the container.
At this stage, show photo 1. So if you can just describe that photo, General.
The photo depicts containers, commissioners, that's offloaded from vessels that docked in the harbour.
And then photo 2.
Commissioners, that is a photo that depicts the consignment of cocaine, or by then suspected cocaine, that was found in the back of the shipping container immediately upon opening the doors.
Before you proceed, you want to ask a question on this? General, can you just explain the role of border policing in exercises such as this? Here you say border policing arrived or got there before the DPCI. Would they have gotten there because of a tip-off, or is this just part of the normal protocols that they could?
Commissioner, in this specific case, they also received information about the possible narcotics that was hidden in that container, and that is why they arranged for that detention order to be placed on it. So it was just a time lapse, a short time lapse. So obviously their primary responsibility is within the harbour precinct, and then to perform duties within their mandate as border policing.
And in performing, in the normal course of performing that mandate, would they do the kind of inspection that you say, for example, customs randomly does on shipments? I'm just trying to understand practically what, on a day-to-day basis, do they have a role either by protocol or just practice that they could be part of the chain of discovering illegal narcotics, for example?
Commissioner, I do not have detailed knowledge about the roles and responsibilities within that precinct, but it's my experience that whenever there is a search and seizure operation, they are
All right, so this is not the same one?
It's not the same.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, General. Then if I could ask to just show photograph 3.
Commissioner, the photo that's depicted there is of the blocks of cocaine with the logo W or M, depending on how you look at it, that was recovered from one of the bags after the wrapping of that bag was removed.
General, we're going to get to other seizures as well. If you could maybe at this stage just explain to the commissioners the significance of the logos, so that W, or I think it is a W.
Yeah. Commissioners, there's different logos that's being found on all these seizures. And the explanation for that is that it is the unique mark of certain individuals or a syndicate that's operating within the production space of the cocaine in, for instance, Colombia, that place their fingerprint or their identity to that brick of cocaine, that if there's in future a problem at the final destination, for instance with the quality, it is clear from where that brick of cocaine is originating.
Because I'm sure they can't have their fingerprints on it and they can't exactly have a note that says, I'm the supplier.
Indeed, Commissioner, and that's why you will also find that there is perhaps multiple suppliers in one consignment that arrives in South Africa. And that's the reason why there will be multiple logos when such consignments are detected and seized.
Thank you, General. And then if we can go to photograph 4. If you can just describe what we're looking at now.
Commissioners, it's just another photo that depicts towards the bags of containing the cocaine in the back of the container. But I think what's also clear here is that it has handles. And the reason for that handles is to carry it easily. Because when criminals execute a rip-on-rip-off procedure, speed is of essence. You need to remove the exhibits with speed, obviously in the fear of being detected. And that's why it needs to be easy to carry these bags and place it in a vehicle or in a panel van, whatever mode of transport is being used, to then speed away with it undetected.
And then if I could just ask for you them to zoom in on the orange item there, and if you could just explain the significance of that item.
Commissioners, this is, as I've explained, duplicate seals. So it shows you the criminal network is so sophisticated that they even make provision for a duplicate seal to be placed once the narcotics is removed from the container. So once they've removed the cocaine from the container, they just close the doors and seal it with the duplicate seal. And when SARS, Customs or the port authorities verify the actual seals with the bill of lading and other documentary evidence or documents that they have in their possession, there will be no suspicion that there was any contraband in that container.
Ms. Sigel-Ncube, I see we are not marking these as exhibits, giving them exhibit numbers. You don't consider that necessary?
We will do so, yeah. Chair, as soon as I'm done with all the photographs, then I'll just get the exhibit number as it is now.
All right.
And then I will then place it on the record, Chair.
All right. Thank you.
Can I just ask, arising from this picture, at your paragraph 22, you don't need to go there, General. You at the end of that paragraph, you say that paragraph 22 on page 8, you say that the rip-off is normally done at destination. Here again, corrupt officials will break the seal, open the container, and I think that's what this photograph is speaking to. Is it necessarily just the officials who can do this, or is there harbor and that arrangement about which I know nothing, such that even private individuals who are part of this plan or scheme?
Indeed, Commissioners, that's why I indicated that corruption takes place within both the public and private space. So when we refer here to officials, it does not necessarily mean that it's government officials. It can also include officials working in the harbour or at the depots where these containers get opened and unpacked in some instances or forwarded by means of road freight. So it goes for both sides.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Mr. Sika.
Thank you. I'm just going to go out of sequence just to show what a seal, an intact seal looks like so that the commissioners can see what the significance of the duplicate. If I could ask you to just go to photo 2 of the 22 June photos. That would be the seal that you're referring to.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And so that seal would be removed to gain access to the cocaine, and then the duplicate seal that's been left inside is then used to replace that. Would that duplicate seal have the same barcoding and numbering as the original seal?
Exactly the same, Commissioner. Then that's the mode for them not to be detected, because if the seal number differs, obviously when that container is opened or before it's being opened, the final destination will detect that something went wrong and that the container was opened after it left the port of origin.
Thank you. Then if we can go back to your statement, I think we're on page 10, paragraph 26.
Before you go
my
there,
apologies.
sorry to keep going back, General. What became of this cocaine bust on 30 July 2021? You see, now I've become curious. I hope it didn't go missing as well.
Commissioner Kumalo, can I ask that the General explain its significance later when he gets to the 22 June?
The other
Yes.
one? Okay.
Yeah. There's a reason why he's referring to it, because it's so close in time. Thank you. Proceed, General.
Thank you.
Paragraph 26.
Thank you, Commissioner. Cocaine and heroin are smuggled into the country primarily for the local market, but is also repackaged and for onward trafficking to another country. In other words, the criminal grouping or syndicate in South Africa would assist in repackaging the drugs to make it easier for onward smuggling to another country, usually to Europe. Port authorities are particularly vigilant when vessels arrive from Port of Santos because of the prevalence of drug trafficking from that port. Successful entry into Europe is more likely if the consignment is rerouted to less suspicious countries before onward movement to Europe.
So in this instance, would South Africa be the less suspicious country, or does it go somewhere else from South Africa before it enters Europe?
Well, it depends on the route of the vessel, Commissioners. That will dictate whether there will be stops in between as well.
Thank you. Paragraph 27.
The main trafficking hubs in South Africa are the Durban Harbour, OR Tambo International Airport, and the Lebombo Port of Entry. Bulk imports are mainly through the Durban Harbour. The smuggling via OR Tambo International Airport is primarily by way of people referred to as drug mules who would smuggle the drugs in their luggage or on their person, such as in body cavities. Bulk trafficking through shipping containers is usually undertaken by sophisticated syndicates. Commissioners, I can also just mention here that except for this harbour, the Western Cape Town Harbour, Saldanha Harbour, as well as smaller harbours towards Port Elizabeth and so forth, are all being used to a lesser extent, although for these smuggling and trafficking activities.
Thank you, General. Then can we move on to the next subtopic, which is the synthetic illicit drugs?
Thank you, Commissioners. Synthetic drugs are manufactured through chemical processes rather than derived from natural plant sources. In many instances, since they are not classified as controlled substances in South Africa, the chemicals used to manufacture the drug are sourced through lawful supply chains but are then diverted or misused for unlawful purposes. Controlled substances are also imported illegally or smuggled into South Africa. The most prevalent synthetic drugs in the country are methamphetamine, known as crystal meth or TIC, methaqualone, known as Mandrax. Synthetic drugs are manufactured at what is referred to as clandestine drug laboratories or CDLs. There are super labs and kitchen labs. Kitchen labs are found in businesses and residential areas, and the equipment used to manufacture the drugs are the readily available equipment such as stoves and other kitchen equipment or appliances.
Sorry, General, before you continue, can I just take you back to paragraph 28 and ask you about the controlled substances that are imported illegally?
Yeah, Commissioners, when it comes to methamphetamine, the controlled substance used there is ephedrine. You get plant-based ephedrine from the ephedra tree in Afghanistan, and then you get the chemicals. Obviously, that's man-made or laboratory-made, and that is then ephedrine as a liquid in a liquid form. And then the active ingredient of methaqualone, of Mandrax, is methaqualone.
And so why is this ephedrine imported or smuggled into South Africa?
It is because it's a controlled substance within South Africa, Commissioner, so you cannot go to any chemical shop and just procure it over the counter. If you need it, obviously there need to be a legitimate reason for that. So, for instance, you are in the medicine manufacturing space, and then obviously you will be able to procure such controlled substances. So it means that the only way to get it into the country is by means of either misrepresentations on the import documents or smuggling activities into South Africa.
Thank you, General. You were busy with the super labs.
Super labs are large-scale drug manufacturing operations using specialized equipment and producing drugs in significant quantities. They have extensive infrastructure with specially designed equipment, extraction fans, and reactor vessels. The special equipment is available in the country but is predominantly imported. Super labs are usually found in remote areas, on farms and small holdings. These locations reduce the likelihood that activities such as unusual odors associated with manufacturing of large volumes of drugs, noise or waste disposal will be observed. Once the drugs have been manufactured, they are distributed or disseminated into the market via complex networks. A manufacturer who has a super lab and thereafter distributes the drugs within their own network is referred to as an apex role player or syndicate leader. In July 2024, the DPCI detected and successfully dismantled a super lab on a farm in Groblersdal, Limpopo province, where methamphetamine was being produced. Methamphetamine to the value of approximately 2 billion rand was seized and 5 suspects were arrested.
Before you continue, General, if I could just then put up the photographs to demonstrate the Groblersdal Super Lab, and you can just tell us what we're seeing. Photo 1.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that photo is depicted the grand scale activities that was taking place on that farm in Groblersdal. What you observe there obviously is the extraction fans, that's the silver equipment that you observe there. Underneath that will be the reaction vessels. So that is where all these chemicals are poured into. It's mixed according to a specific recipe. And then it is placed obviously on top of a burner, a gas burner, and that is why you would see that there's a number of acetylene cylinders on that photo visible. I can see at least 2. And because obviously the reaction vessels need to be heated up over a period of time for the ingredients to come to the final product, which is then methamphetamine or crystal meth.
Thank you. Photo 2.
Commissioner's photo 2 depict more acetylene cylinders. It shows us the extent of the activities that was taking place there, and it also depicts towards an efficient supply chain of equipment. So in addition to the actual manufacturing of the methamphetamine, the individuals involved there was properly prepared in terms of their logistics and the infrastructure that they need to effectively continue with the manufacturing.
Thank you, General. And then photo 3.
Commissioners, what's important here is not to focus on the person. It's not one of the accused. It is within that bucket, the blue drum. You can clearly see the crystals, and that is the final product, the methamphetamine, after it went through all the processes as depicted in the previous photos.
And 4 and then 5.
Photo 4 is just more photos that directs towards the seizure from the crime scene, Commissioners. And there's more evidence of the methamphetamine seized from that super lab, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. And you say it was 2 billion rand worth of methamphetamine that you refer to as crystal meth or TIC.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And the value of 2 billion rand, how does one get to that value?
Commissioners, there is international best practice within that space because this is transnational crimes in nature. So what we do is that experts within the space regularly also communicate to our counterparts across the globe. And that is how it is determined based on current market prices. What is the value when it is sold off into the markets and into communities.
Thank you, General. Then I interrupted you at paragraph 32.
Before that, if you could just go back to photo 1. Now, the equipment that is there, if it is not being used here for this kind of activities, is it easily obtainable? What is it ordinarily used for? And is it, and maybe third part of it is, Is it regulated? Who has access legally to this kind of equipment?
Yes, commissioners, indeed. For instance, the extractor fans are industrially used in a number of industries. For instance, the mining industry. The reason why extractor fans are, for instance, placed there is that the cooks or the individuals involved in this process are not affected by the fumes that's generated by the reaction vessels. So the extractor fans, the burners, as well as the acetylene cylinders is readily available. What is not readily available necessarily is the reaction vessels, because it needs to be a specific vessel that's scientifically developed that will enhance the processes that's being followed by these criminals. So that vessels need to be either manufactured in South Africa or illegally imported with misrepresentations of what it actually is that's being imported.
If it is manufactured, that reaction vessel, if it is manufactured in South Africa, is it this is its sole purpose, or it does get manufactured and it is usable legally? I guess what I'm trying to ascertain is whether that can be stopped, whether there's any steps can be taken to make it illegal to manufacture that reaction vessel.
Commissioners, from my own knowledge, these reaction vessels are exclusively used for the illegal purposes. So I'm not aware of any prohibitions to manufacture it, but that's the exclusive use of that portion of the apparatus to get to the final product.
And are you, when I say are you, I mean the authorities, including the SAPS, aware of any manufacturers of these reaction units?
Not in South Africa, Commissioner, okay, but abroad indeed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I see that it's 11 o'clock now. There are 3 paragraphs left of this topic, but I can deal with it when we return.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:25. Let's adjourn. Yes, Ms. Seegers.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
General, we were at paragraph 32 of your statement on page 11, and I had interrupted you when you were dealing with the 5 arrested suspects. If you can continue from there.
Thank you, Commissioners. Of the 5 suspects, 3 were Mexican nationals and 2 were South African nationals. I mention this because it's well known within the illicit drug manufacturing space that Mexican nationals tend to be the best at manufacturing synthetic drugs or at being cooks within that space. Individuals who are responsible for the preparation or manufacture of drugs, including the combining and processing of chemicals to produce the final substance, are referred to as cooks. They are the people making the drugs, not just handling or selling. Synthetic drugs are manufactured primarily for the local market, but may also be sold to markets beyond the border. Since synthetic drugs can be made in the country with chemicals available in the country, it is very rare that synthetic drugs to be imported to the country. However, in February 2020, there was a seizure of 547 kilograms of mandrax in Durban at the CHC depot. Manufacturers of synthetic drugs, super lab manufacturers, do not confine themselves to the synthetic drug trade. They are likely also involved in the trafficking of cocaine and heroin and other substances.
General, because we're going to move on to a new topic, can I just understand what is the relevance of the February 2020 bust of mandrax? You're saying that it is a rare occurrence for there to be mandrax imported into the country because it can be made here. Is that the point that you're making?
That's correct, Commissioners.
And what happened to the 547 kilograms of mandrax, you know?
Well, the mandrax was booked into the SAP 13 at Isipingo police station, and the relevance of the referral to this, Commissioners, will be attended to later on in my evidence.
Thank you, General. And then just clarity on paragraph 34. Essentially what you're saying is that the people that have super labs and that manufacture, they can also be involved in the trafficking of cocaine, the distribution of cocaine and heroin. So they could also be recipients of imported cocaine or heroin.
Drug of it all, Commissioners. And then these days, the preferred drug, in addition to cocaine, is methamphetamine. To a lesser extent, but at a lower level, you will find extensive use of mandrax, especially in poorer communities, due to the fact that it's less expensive.
And the cocaine, are we just talking about pure cocaine, or is there a process that's involved in the cocaine as well?
Well, Commissioners, obviously criminals will forever remain criminals. And there's no honor between thieves. So especially within the cocaine trade, when the cocaine arrives here, it is fairly pure in nature. But then the cocaine gets cut, so it gets mixed with other substances, so that they expand on the volume that can be distributed into the market by still selling it off at the price that they intend to sell it off as being pure. So it's less purer, but still cocaine.
Okay, thanks, General.
And before you move on to the next heading, General, with synthetic drugs, how prevalent is the is local production.
There's no specific province or area that's least or more affected than another, because that's really for local distribution. When it comes to clandestine laboratories at the level of super labs, we have found that particularly Gauteng, Limpopo, Northwest, and Mpumalanga to a large extent are mostly affected. I'm not sure of the exact reasons for that, but I believe inter alia it speaks to the climate and a more drier climate than coastal provinces, which will make it easier for manufacturing purposes.
One assumes these are on the radar of law enforcement, and fight being one, if they are on the radar of law enforcement.
Commissioner, indeed, it's a focus area not just of the DPCI, but of SAPS in general, because we are together against crime. And obviously it's a whole of government and a whole of community approach, where everybody that can assist to dismantle clandestine laboratories, we appreciate such information and operationalize it without delay. So it is a massive focus area of the DPCI and SAPS in general. And it's always difficult to say whether we are winning the war, but because these crimes are committed in secrecy, and you only
that these kind of things carry on because there's protection from the police or involvement. Do you have any comment about that? What is your experience, and are you aware? You would be aware of these kind of allegations, and not to say they are correct or not, but do you have any comment about it?
Commissioners, I'm not aware of police involvement in any of the matters that crossed my table, with specific reference to clandestine drug laboratories. I'm not aware of police involvement, but it's highly possible. I cannot exclude it.
Let me be more specific. You, rightly or wrongly, there are parts in the country that I specifically mentioned to be hotspots. Some of them in Pretoria, some of them in Johannesburg. And the allegations in the public space are these are more trading than anything, than labs, it seems, that supply of drugs, maybe let me say, that happens under protection of police officers, and that is why even communities are unable to win when they try and fight that. I'm asking that kind of question.
Yes, Commissioner, I think it's very valid and a valid concern of community members. What I would plea is that if community members are aware of such, is to report that activities to higher levels within SAPS and the DPCI, and we will
Detect and dismantle.
No, by no means, Commissioners. On an annual basis, clandestine laboratories of different size and nature are detected within South Africa, approximately 20 per annum. And it shows us just the extent of the activities, but indeed it's a continuous process. So as we dismantle a clandestine laboratory, obviously there are more still in operation that we need to identify and then dismantle without delay.
And the Groblersdal matter, where is it now within the criminal justice process?
Commissioners, it came to my knowledge this morning that the matter is still before court, and there's a possibility of a plea and sentence agreement on the matter. It's postponed until later in May of this year for a decision on that matter.
Thank you, General. Can we then move on to the next topic on page 12, which is mandatory national instructions and protocol for the seizure of drugs? Can proceed from paragraph 35.
Thank you, Commissioners. The DPCI is mandated to address both CDLs, where synthetic drugs are manufactured, and the importing and exporting of drugs. Most seizures depend on intelligence either from informants or international law enforcement agencies, or when it's stumbled upon by port authorities. During a seizure operation, preserving the crime scene for further investigation and the gathering of evidence is crucial. It requires the involvement of various units, including members of the South African National Narcotic Enforcement Bureau, SANEP, detectives, crime intelligence, forensic experts from the Forensic Science Laboratory, local criminal record center, and the protection team to cordon off the scene. Crime scenes must be processed in accordance with National Instruction 1 of 2015, Crime Scene Management, to ensure the integrity of the scene and preserve the integrity of the evidence collected at the crime scene. Failure to do so will inevitably lead to the contamination of the crime scene, to the destruction or non-gathering of evidence, which will ultimately defeat the objective of a seizure operation and compromise subsequent criminal prosecutions. The 2015 National Instruction is based on international best practice. A copy is attached here to and marked as HFF1.
And we'll get to it and deal with it in detail later, where you can continue to paragraph 37.
The most important aspects of crime scene management at the drug seizure crime scene, whether at the CDL or elsewhere, such as the harbour.
Just a moment. Can this not be shown on the screen, please? Paragraph 37. We can talk to it, but can you just please not show it on the screen? Thanks.
Can continue.
The most important aspects of crime scene management at the drug seizure crime scene, whether at the CDL or elsewhere, such as the harbour, are the following. The crime scene must be cordoned off to ensure that no unauthorized individuals gain access to the scene. Ensure that the necessary role players are present or on standby. In a container drug bust, this would be at the minimum be the DPCI investigators, K9 Dog and LCRC, to collect evidence, including taking photographs of exhibits and of the scene processing procedures undertaken. FSL must be present at a CDL seizure, but are not strictly required at any other drug bust unless the investigation team considers it necessary.
Can you just explain that, why would they not be FSL? What is FSL? What division do they fall under? And why wouldn't they necessarily be at any other drug bust but CDL?
Commissioners, FSL is the Forensic Science Laboratory, and the reason why they are specifically called out to clandestine drug laboratories is because of the sophistication involved with those processes that's taking place there. For instance, they are specializing in the dismantling of these clan labs and the gathering of the necessary evidence from those scenes. It's very hazardous circumstances under which these drugs are manufactured. They have the necessary equipment to dismantle it, and then they must also take samples of an array of chemicals from those crime scenes. So it's rather complicated crime scenes, and it requires experts within that space. That compared to a normal seizure of narcotics in this instance now cocaine, from a container, you do not necessarily need that expertise. The local criminal record center investigators is more than adequate to deal with those crime scenes.
And under what division does the FSL fall under?
FSL falls within the Detectives and Forensic Services under the Divisional Commissioner for that space. Currently, it is Major General Mogale is acting in the post, but the actual incumbent is Lieutenant General Sentumule, who's currently the Deputy National Commissioner, the acting Deputy National Commissioner for the Detective Service.
Thank you, General. Then on page 14, 37.3.
The crime scene investigator must keep proper record of the crime scene by means of contemporaneous notes. Photographs must be taken to illustrate the scene and to allow the chronological sequence of events. All exhibits must be examined for fingerprints and touch DNA, which are crucial in drug busts because of the clandestine nature of drug trafficking. Where drugs are stored in a container with legitimate cargo, there is usually no direct evidence of who or how the drugs are placed in the container. Fingerprints and DNA may be the only evidence that could ultimately link the drugs to the individuals who placed it in the container. All exhibits must be sealed in forensic seal bags with unique seal numbers before being removed from the crime scene. And once all these processes have been completed, the scene must be restored and handed back to the competent recipient. Exhibit management is equally important. Improper exhibit management.
Thank you. Sorry, I think that's fine. I was just concerned that you are disclosing what you do at the actual scene of the crime, and we just needed to be sensitive about that. But the process going forward, I think you can display.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. I think we'll start when we deal with the new topic. It's fine. Thank you. You may proceed, General.
Thank you, Commissioners. Exhibit management is equally important. Improper exhibit management can be fatal to a successful prosecution. Exhibit management must be done in accordance with National Instruction 8 of 2017 and attached and marked as HFF2. Whilst all instructions are important, the most crucial in a drug seizure are the following. The exhibit must be handed in at the police station in the area where the exhibit was seized. All property and exhibits seized must be entered in the SAP 13 register of the relevant police station where the crime was committed or where the property was found, and then transferred to the relevant unit and entered in the SAP 13 of the relevant unit. The SAP 13 registers of these units must be inspected regularly. All drugs, excluding dagga and kat, must be forwarded to FSL with immediate effect, but not later than 7 working days in exceptional circumstances for analysis and destruction, irrespective of whether a case docket has been registered or not. This includes all drugs found abandoned.
When you say all drugs, I know we're still going to be discussing the Port Shepstone, but other big busts as well. Sampling, where does it fit in? Where it's not the whole consignment that is taken to the laboratory, but only a portion of it. What regulates that?
Commissioners, under normal circumstances, there is no need to obtain samples at the crime scene. What is being done during cocaine seizures is that there is a presumptive test that is being done. So what that means is that the lead investigator or the crime scene manager would make a small hole in one of the bricks, obtain a small sample, then place that sample into a chemical basis, and that's the presumptive test. And if it colors blue, it means that indeed it's cocaine. So that's the only sampling that needs to be done at that point in time. In order to maintain the credibility of the crime scene, it's important, after all the necessary tests were conducted by our experts, to seal the exhibits there and then, because then you also maintain the chain of custody effectively so. So you've done your counting, you've done your photographs, the investigation to perhaps lift fingerprints or touch DNA from the exhibits, all those processes are completed. Then the exhibits must be sealed without delay on the crime scene. So there's no real need for investigators to obtain samples there, because in any event, the exhibits must be submitted to the forensic science laboratory.
So General, what we see on TV where they test it with their tongue, that's not how it works in real life.
I will not advise that, Commissioner.
Thank you. General, why does it exclude dagga and kat?
Commissioners, kat is a plant that's originating from North Africa, comes rotten. So only samples are taken and then submitted to FSL. That's the only sampling. With dagga, obviously, it means that when a cultivation facility is dismantled, you might sit with a whole warehouse full of dagga. So it's just not practically possible to submit that whole consignment for analysis to the forensic science laboratory. So it's all about practicality.
And the destruction process, how does that work, and how does one have certainty that there has been destruction of the seized drugs?
Commissioners, I do not have intimate knowledge of that process. It lies within the forensic science laboratory space. But what I know is that upon completion of an investigation or a case docket, if it's finalized in court, we submit a document back to the forensic science laboratory. It's called an SAP 83A, where we indicate that the narcotics can be destructed. The same applies to an inquiry investigation that's been closed, that there's no further leads. We also submit that SAP 83A, and then it's up to the forensic science laboratory to destroy the narcotics that was seized.
And generally, what is the period that we're talking about where you don't have a criminal criminal prosecutions that follow the seizure?
Commissioners, it's very difficult to answer that question because it's being dealt with on a case-by-case scenario. So each case merits will determine how long it takes to complete the investigation. I think it goes back to proper command and control at unit level that will ensure that investigations are completed timeously so that it can be driven to its logical conclusion, whether it is towards a criminal matter or whether the inquiry is then closed.
Just explain the difference between the criminal matter and the inquiry process. You seem to make a distinction between the two.
Commissioners, both methods are legitimate manners of investigation. Obviously, a case docket is not necessarily always court ready, but in investigations that needs further investigation before we will move towards to arrest accused and to prosecute them, it's better to investigate it in an inquiry and then complete the investigation, then convert it into a case docket and submit it for decision, or to secure then arrests and place it before court.
Thank you, General. And then paragraph 39.
Before you go to 30, typically what happens where there's a seizure, but there's no identified owners or recipients of that consignment. What happens? Is there an investigation, an inquiry, and in that process?
Where it's examined, you obtain your report from the experts. It's placed in the inquiry, obviously based on the merits, whether somebody or the consignment can be attributed to a person or entity. Then it will be converted into a case docket, and then the rest will follow. Otherwise, if there's no further leads, then the matter will be closed down and the notification be provided to the Forensic Science Laboratory for destruction. What I can perhaps also indicate is that it does not matter whether it is a case docket or an inquiry, but within this space, we are working hand in glove with the National Prosecuting Authority, and our investigations are prosecutor guided. So right from inception, the prosecution are assisting us. Obviously, we are working collaboratively to ensure that the detectives, for instance, do not miss an important link in an investigation.
With that kind of explanation, would therefore be a record of an inquiry, if you like, for relating to the 30 July 2021 1,000 kilograms seizure and the Port Shepstone, the ones that end up getting lost. It's two different things, but
before you deal with the factual matrix, can you just explain to us your involvement in this matter, in the Port Shepstone matter?
Commissioners, as I've testified earlier, I only became involved in this matter after my appointment as the competent head for serious organised crime investigation at head office after the departure of Major General Kana. So after I took up the position, obviously I engaged with the investigators on the matter, and that is how I became privy to the facts of this matter.
Okay, thank you, General. You may proceed.
Following intelligence received on 21 June 2021, a container that was at the CHC container depot in Isipingo, Prospecton, Durban, had been identified as possibly containing illicit drugs. The depot was called in order to retrieve the container for inspection. On 22 June 2021, Lieutenant Colonel Gavin Jacob, he has been subsequently promoted to Colonel, and Warrant Officer Mpangase from DPCI Serious Organised Crime Investigation. Commissioners, I just want to make a correction there. In bracket, it reflects border security at the time. That needs to be deleted, it's wrong. So that portion in brackets need to be deleted, please. So both these colleagues, both Jacob and Mpangase, they were based at the DPCI in Durban. Were contacted and informed of the intelligence that had been received. They were requested to assist with conducting the inspection of the container, which allegedly had 27 kilograms of cocaine at the time. It was not 27 kilograms. It later emerged that it was 27 bags and not 27 kilograms. At approximately 9:20 on the same day, Colonel Jacob, Warrant Officers Mpangase and KG Sibia. By then, Lieutenant Colonel Sibia was a warrant officer, so he got promoted twice in the meantime.
And what is he now?
A Lieutenant Colonel KG Sibia. And the Crime Intelligence Officer, Captain Justice Jabulani Duma, went to the depot to conduct a search and seizure of the identified container. According to the official documentation obtained from the depot and the company, who had ordered the legitimate consignment in the container. The container contained animal bone meal from a supplier in Brazil. The officers proceeded to break the seal of the container in the presence of Captain Duma, as well as the warehouse manager and Operational Response Services, ORS, Border Policing. According to the officers, prior to breaking the seal, a photo was taken to evidence that the seal was intact.
Thank you, General. At this stage, I'm just going to flight photo 1, and if you can just describe to us what we're looking at there.
Commissioners, that is a container, as I explained in some of the previous photos.
That's the container that the officers took a photograph of on the day.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And then photo 3. Sorry, before we get to photo 3, if we can do photo 2 first, because they mentioned the seal. At paragraph 42 of your statement, you say that according to the officers, prior to breaking the seal, a photo was taken to evidence that the seal was intact.
That is correct, Commissioners. That is the photo where the seal is clearly depicted.
And just remind us, what is the significance of the officers taking a photo of the seal before they're opening the container?
Commissioners, obviously it speaks to proper crime scene management, but also the chain of custody of the exhibits. It might be that nothing is found in the container and then it needs to be resealed. So obviously you need to follow due processes to ensure that good governance also dictate at that possible crime scene, because it's not a crime scene as yet when you are at the brink of opening the container.
Okay. 43, paragraph 43.
When the container was opened, numerous canvas bags were observed at the entrance of the container. The bags were inspected by the DPCI officers, and 27 bags containing what was suspected to be bricks of cocaine were uncovered. The bricks were wrapped in black and yellow plastic with TikTok and Jaguar logos on the packaging. There were 541 bricks of cocaine weighing 1 kilogram each, with a street value of between 200 and 250 million rand.
Thank you, General. Can we then put up photo 3? And you can just describe what it is that we're looking at.
Commissioners, that's a photo of the allegedly taken of the consignment that was found in the back of the container that also had the animal bone meal as part of the consignment.
And General, do you know if South Africa was their final destination or if they were en route to somewhere else?
No, it was the final destination, Commissioner.
So they were coming into our country?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And this information they obtained from the consignee?
That's correct. It is the bill of lading, the consignee, and all the paperwork associated to that, Commissioners.
And if you zoom into that photograph, at the white bags is the animal bone meal?
That's correct, Commissioners. Commissioners, I think what's of importance here is that from the packaging where the cocaine is at the entrance to the container, it's clear that this is also an example of a rip-on, rip-off methodology that would have been applied here. So you need quick access to the drugs to remove it and obviously to get it away from the container as soon as possible.
And at paragraph 43, you then mentioned that it was wrapped in black and yellow plastic with TikTok and Jaguar logos. If we can show photo 4 and 5. Just zoom in a bit.
That is correct, Commissioners. As I've testified earlier, this is a clear example where you can see the fingerprint or the identity of the supplier with the different logos fixed to the bricks of cocaine. Obviously wrapped with multiple layers of wrapping to protect the contents of the brick.
And there you see the TikTok and the Jaguar.
That's correct. It's clearly visible, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. You may continue from there. Oh,
Sorry. General, presumably the law enforcement is able to identify or has identified who is Jaguar, who is TikTok, who does that W footprint or fingerprint belong to in terms of the owners of these drugs.
Commissioners, this is part of the evidence that I would prefer not to delve too deep into, because this is transnational smuggling of narcotics in nature, and this goes back to the origin of the cocaine that's being smuggled into South Africa. So I would prefer, with your permission, not to go too deep into that, because that forms part of bigger obviously transnational investigations that are continuing.
I wasn't asking you to name them. I just wanted to find out the principle that law enforcement is able to put their fingerprint to a particular group.
Indeed, Commissioner. Indeed. That's true.
Thank you, General. Paragraph 44.
According to the officers at the crime scene, photographs of the seizure were taken by Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and Warrant Officer KG Sabia. The officers decided to convey the suspected cocaine to the Isipingo police station for a detailed count. According to the officers, the crime scene was becoming busy with warehouse staff. Colonel Jacob, Warrant Officer Mpangase, KG Sabia, and Sergeants Govender and Mkize loaded the canvas bags into a marked police vehicle.
General, Sergeants Govender and Mkize, are they also within DPCI?
No, Commissioners. They were from border policing based in Durban Harbour.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
At the police station, Warrant Officer Mpangase entered the exhibits into the Isipingo SAP-13. Warrant Officer Perumal of the Isipingo police station responsible for the SAP-13 register acknowledged that the exhibits were entered into the SAP-13.
General, can you just explain that process to us, the SAP-13, how does it work? So they've got 541 bricks, kilograms of cocaine. How are they entering it into the SAP-13?
Well, Commissioners, the procedure is that the SAP-13 or the exhibit register during normal or 24-hour basis is kept in the community service center or the charge office, as it's known. So whenever exhibits need to be entered, the official like Warrant Officer Mpangase would then get hold of the register and then enter all the exhibits into that register and sign that he is handing that exhibits into the register. So he will have to give an full explanation of the exhibits that's being handed in, the exhibit seal numbers, the contents of the exhibits, etc. So there's a whole array of aspects that need to be covered when exhibits are entered into that register. Subsequent to that, the officer in command of the SAP 13, or commonly known as the SAP 13 clerk, will then acknowledge the exhibits, so he will sign for the exhibits and then place it in safe custody within the walk-in safes at that specific police station.
You mentioned an exhibit seal number. What is that?
Well, Commissioners, as I've explained a bit earlier, it's important to seal all exhibits as far as possible at the crime scene in order to preserve the integrity of the crime, obviously the investigation, but also the chain of custody. So it means that the exhibits, the bricks of cocaine, need to be placed in, they call it intervoid or non-tamper evidence bags, and then it gets sealed, and each and every bag has a unique reference number. So all of that needs then to be entered into this register when the exhibits are deposed at the police station.
Now, at the time when these officers entered the exhibits into the SAP 13, did they have seal numbers, exhibit seal numbers?
No, Commissioners, because the exhibits was not sealed.
So what would they have entered into the SAP 13?
Commissioners, I can verify that from the entries, but they've just given an explanation of the exhibits that's being entered.
So just the description of it?
That's correct,
without the number?
That's correct. There could have been no seal numbers because the exhibits was not sealed.
Okay, thank you.
General, does that mean then that maybe let me ask my question differently. Is there a way, given what you've just said now, explaining they were not sealed and so there were no seal numbers at that point, is there a way of independently, that you would independently have been able to verify that indeed it was 551 bricks of cocaine that were found in that container? I'm talking about what happens from the time that that container is open up to this warrant officer Perumal, where they get to him and then ask for the SAP 13 register.
Yes, indeed, Commissioners. If proper crime scene notes or contemporaneous notes were kept by the lead investigator, obviously during that counting process it will be recorded either in a pocketbook or on foolscap. That's the first safeguard. Then obviously it gets placed in exhibit seal bag, sealed, and upon handing in at the police station, the SAP 13 clerk will obviously then verify what he or she is accepting. And then the third safeguard obviously will then be when the exhibits is received at the forensic science laboratory. It is opened by the analysts and then obviously counted again, and that will be independent verification then for the initial claims by the investigators that it's 541 bricks.
None of that happened here. Those steps that you're describing.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner. And then you mentioned non-tamper evidence bags. What is the purpose of it being non-tamper?
The importance of that, Commissioners, is that we preserve the integrity of the exhibits. So it means that whenever that exhibits arrive in that at exhibit seal bags at FSL and it has been tampered with, it will be clearly visible. Whether the seal was, for instance, if somebody tried to open it, or if somebody tried to cut the bag and then remove exhibits and then reseal it, that will be evident. So there is scientific safeguards built into those exhibit bags that prevent tampering. Obviously to the benefit of preserving the integrity of the exhibits.
Now, if the process is done correctly and it's in the non-tamper evidence bag, who is authorized to open the bags?
Well, it depends on where in the value chain that exhibit is, Commissioner. But under normal circumstances, it will obviously be at the forensic science laboratory, where the analyst that the matter is assigned to will open the exhibit bag. I cannot see another reason for reopening a bag and to remove exhibits from that without a good reason.
Assume that the process is followed correctly, and here you have the LCRC crime scene examiner bagging the evidence into these non-tamper bags at the crime scene. It goes to the to the police station, it's logged into the SAP 13 register, and then it's stored. Can somebody from FSL request that the investigating officer or somebody from LCRC open the bag in order to get a sample, for example?
Commissioners, if that happens, I will find it extremely strange, because the exhibits, according to the protocol, needs to be submitted to the forensic science laboratory for obviously the weighing of the exhibits, photographing, the actual analysis, because especially in a major drug bust, it serves no purpose for an investigator who has perhaps no scientific background to obtain samples, because we do not even know if it will be randomly obtained. So it makes no sense.
Thank you, General. So we were at paragraph 45, and you were dealing with Warrant Officer Perumal acknowledged that the exhibits were entered into the SAP 13, and you were at thereafter. It's the fourth line.
Yes. Thereafter, the exhibits were immediately signed out. So it means that Warrant Officer Perumal did not keep the exhibits in his safe custody. It was booked out immediately.
What does that mean, immediately?
Well, they basically, Commissioner, they basically booked in the exhibits and then booked it out immediately. So there's other columns in that register.
Simultaneously?
Simultaneously.
Yes. No, because if you know anything about this commission, you will know that immediately can mean the following month.
No, immediately.
On the same day?
On the same day, at the same time and place, Commissioner.
Thank you, General. So it was immediately signed out, and then according to the officers? According
to the officers, there was not sufficient space at the Isipingo SAPS to store the exhibits. According to Warrant Officer Perumal, no inquiry was made with him regarding capacity to store the exhibits in the armory at Isipingo SAPS. According to Colonel Jacob, Brigadier Campbell Newswa gave an instruction to take the cocaine to Port Shepstone for storage after consulting Major General Sanona, Provincial Head of DPCI KZN.
Before you proceed, General, who's Brigadier Campbell Newswa?
Brigadier Newswa is the Provincial Commander for Serious Organized Crime within KZN DPCI Commissioners.
That was a position that you held at Northwest before.
That's correct, Commissioners.
you would be reporting to?
By then, he would have been reporting to Major General Sonona.
Okay. You may proceed.
The exhibits were transported to the DPCI Port Shepstone Serious Organised Crime Investigation Unit's premises for storage. Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, who was the unit commander of the DPCI Soki, was informed of the arrangement and allowed the strong room at the premises to be used to store the exhibits. General Sonona took possession of the keys to the strong room after the exhibits were stored.
Can you just explain Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, his position as, you said unit commander, but in preparation for your evidence, you said he was the acting unit commander. So who would he have been reporting to as the unit commander?
Commissioners, he would have been reporting to Brigadier Newswa as a direct line of command, as the Brigadier was or is in command of serious organised crime investigation.
And then you say General Sonona took possession of the keys to the strong room after the exhibits were stored. Can you just explain that process? How does it work? The keys, where's the keys ordinarily kept?
Commissioners, it's in fact a very simple process, but the key holder, obviously when you take over a SAP 13 facility, you need to obviously conduct a proper audit of all the exhibits there. Under the circumstances here, all the other exhibits or articles were removed from the safe, but there needs to be a proper handing over of that facility then, obviously, as well as the key or keys to the SAP 13 or the vault.
And these keys are the keys to where the cocaine was going to be stored?
That's correct, Commissioners.
And routinely, who keeps that key? Is it, because General Sonona at that stage was the provincial head of DPCI. So this seems to me to be an operational matter, the keeping of the keys.
Commissioners, in practice, it is the SAP 13 custodian that will maintain the command and control over a SAP 13 facility. By no means the provincial head.
That was my follow-up question. Who was actually responsible for the custody of this consignment of drugs? And at what point did it move from SAPS to DPCI? Because my understanding is that if it had been at the Isipingo SAPS, SAPS would have been responsible for that. So
yep.
How does it work when it then moves to the Port Shepstone warehouse of the DPCI? And who then becomes responsible? Is it still SAPS or is it now DPCI? Understanding that they are all part of SAPS, but they are just different units.
Yeah, Commissioners, thank you for that question. Obviously, if the exhibits were left at Isipingo after it was booked in, it would have been the responsibility of the station commander and obviously the SAP 13 clerk to ensure that the exhibits are kept behind lock and key. The moment the DPCI booked it in and booked it out immediately, they assumed responsibility for that exhibits.
But could DPCI do that?
That's correct, Commissioner. There is provisions in the national instructions that the DPCI is having authority to have separate SAP 13 facilities. By nature of our work, obviously, all exhibits cannot necessarily be immediately entered at the police station due to the sensitivity of investigations.
So you are satisfied that these exhibits were lawfully removed from Isipingo SAPS?
It's lawfully removed indeed, Commissioner.
Thank you.
General, as I think you call him the key holder. In this case, General Sinona became the key holder. Did I understand you correctly to say ordinarily a key holder would have had to satisfy themselves about what is in that in that space for which they are holding a key? So it's not simply a matter of it's sufficient to just take the key. You know there's that and you keep the key, but you have to be satisfied that what's in there is what they tell you has been put in that room. Is that how it works?
That's correct, Commissioner. You understand me 100% correct. It means that the general was supposed to satisfy him of the contents that's being placed in that vault before he assumed responsibility for the content as well as for the keys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. General, do you know whether General Sinona was present when the drugs were put into the strong room?
That's correct, Commissioners. General Sinona was present at Port Shepstone when the exhibits were placed in the SAP 13 facility or the vault.
And can I just understand more about the possession of the keys? If you want to then access, if any of the investigating officers need to access the exhibits for whatever reason, how do they access it, and would they have to inform the key holder that they want to gain access?
In practice, Commissioners, the SAP 13 clerk or the custodian is the only person who is allowed to open that vault and to lock it again, because that maintains obviously chain of custody and ensure that if anything goes wrong, there's for instance exhibits missing from that safe, that SAP 13 responsible person will have to account for it.
Thank you, General. Then at paragraph 47.
On 23 June 2021, the officers sealed the exhibits with the assistance of Port Shepstone personnel. On 24 June 2021, the officers retrieved samples from the exhibits in Port Shepstone and forwarded the samples to FSL for analysis. So the officers that's referred to here, Commissioners, is indeed Lieutenant Colonel Sabia, Warrant Officer Mpangase, as well as other officials from Port Shepstone that assisted with the process.
Now, they accessed 23 and 24 June. How did they access it?
Commissioners, according to the statements and reports in the case docket, Major General Sinona provided the key to Warrant Officer Mpangase to gain access into the vault and to perform the duties to seal the exhibits and then to go back and obtain samples of it.
He gave the key, he didn't attend the premises to ensure that they are doing what they supposed or what they intended to do.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Now, let's deal with the 23 June 2021, the sealing of the exhibits at the Port Shepstone premises. We know that it was already booked into the SAP 13 at Isipingo, and now you have the exhibits being sealed. What's the purpose of the sealing at that stage? What are they doing at that stage? Are they putting it into the non-tamper evidence bags?
That's correct, Commissioner. Basically, the exhibits is then placed in the bags and then sealed. but it's ex post facto. It was supposed to be done at the crime scene.
And then on the...
And the opening and closing of the storage facility, did that accord with what you told us not so long ago? You said only, you mentioned the job title.
The custodian of the SAP 13,
yes,
commissioners.
Yes. Only that person can open and close. And this time you say it was Officer Mpangase who did.
That opened.
Yes. Did that accord with the process or procedure you told us?
By no means, Chairperson.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Ordinarily, would there be a record of the key being given to the custodian of the key opening? Mpangase getting in, whatever, and when I say Mpangase, it's just a placeholder, could be anybody, getting in, doing the sealing, then completing the job. Is all of that supposed to be recorded? And in this case, was it recorded?
Commissioners, the register makes provision for obviously the booking in and booking out of exhibits. So here, obviously, the whole process was upside down, to say the least. And it was never supposed to happen like that. So if General Sonona had proper control over the key, he was supposed to open that safe and not provide the key to anybody under his command to go into that facility, because he will never be able to account for what transpired there in his absence.
I think the question is also a different one, is in the normal course, would the custodian have a register of every person that had entered the strong room or asked him for access to the key, so that there's a record of who went into the strong room?
Not necessarily, Commissioners, because the only reason why an investigator will go back to an SAP 13 will be to book out the exhibits that was previously booked in and to take it to the forensic science laboratory and then obviously sign for it in the register. So there's no specific provision for investigators to go into that type of facilities. There will be no proper explanation for that, except for booking out exhibits.
Unless an investigator, such as, let's say, Mpangase, he puts it in his diary or in his book, where he says, I got in at this time, this is what I did, and that would be the record. Otherwise, there's no provision for him getting in and doing the work that he ended up doing in there.
That's correct, Commissioners. It was supposed to be recorded in a pocketbook.
Thank you.
Then, General, can we deal with the other entry on paragraph 47, which is the 24 June 2021, that the officers then retrieve samples of the exhibits and forward the samples to FSL. So at this stage, the exhibits are in the non-tamper sealed evidence bags. They open the bags and they take a sample. What is your view on that process?
Commissioners, first and foremost, there was no need to go and obtain samples of that bricks of cocaine, because the whole consignment, as with all other previous consignments, was supposed to be sent to the forensic science laboratory. There was no need to obtain samples. As I've testified earlier, investigators are not scientists. We do not have knowledge about random sampling for that process to be correctly performed, to enable forensic science to conduct their work effectively and efficiently so. So it does not make sense to me why the colleagues went back to that facility to obtain samples.
And do you know whether they actually did obtain the samples and send it to FSL?
That's correct, Commissioners. According to the evidence, indeed, there were samples taken and submitted to the Forensic Science Laboratory.
And was there any explanation given by FSL as to why the request was made for the samples? Because according to it says that they forwarded the samples to FSL for analysis. So FSL presumably would have requested the sample, or are they doing it of their own initiative?
I'm not sure of the details in relation to that, Commissioners, but I can follow up on that.
Now, if all the exhibits were supposed to go to the FSL, can you think of any reason why samples would be taken beforehand and a day or actually 2 days after the seizure?
Commissioners, from all the other inquiries of similar seizures that I've read and perused, this is the only matter where such samples were obtained. So I find it extremely strange why it would have been done differently now. The only conclusion I can come to is that it was never the intention to take
541 kilograms.
The 541 bricks. I'm referring to the totality of it, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. Then, General, there's a subtopic, procedural failings during the search and seizure operation, paragraph 48.
In drug bust cases, the presence of drugs within a shipment does not in itself establish knowledge on the part of persons associated with that shipment. Thus, evidence collected at the crime scene is crucial, especially physical evidence in the form of fingerprints and DNA from the bricks and the container seal and the wrapping used to wrap the drugs. If this evidence is not collected or collected incorrectly, the already slim chance of identifying the perpetrators is made all the more unlikely.
General, can we just deal with the first part, the slim chance? How successful are you in actually finding the perpetrators of consignment, these kind of trafficking?
Commissioners, not that successful, especially in cases where the rip-on, rip-off method is being utilized due to the fact that these crimes are committed in secrecy and only the sender and the final destination obviously knows about this consignment. So there's not necessarily objective evidence that will link these perpetrators to the commission of this offense. Obviously, when circumstances differs, depending on the available evidence, that will then dictate whether there is sufficient prima facie evidence to proceed with a criminal prosecution. But especially with rip-on, rip-off methodology, it's extremely difficult to get to a prosecution stage.
Thank you. General, paragraph 49.
The officers attending to the crime scene alleged that the crime scene became busy and therefore the decision was made to process the exhibits at the Sipingo SAPS. However, the officers had to secure the integrity of the crime scene by cordoning it off. Since no photographs were taken of the location of the container and no sketch plan of the crime scene has been produced, it's difficult to verify that processing the crime scene could have been disturbed by the activity at the depot.
And before you continue, let's just understand this, the crime scene we're talking about is the container.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay. So can you just comment on this explanation as to why there wasn't any processing done at the crime scene and what processing ought to have been done at the crime scene?
Commissioners, first and foremost, when you logic dictate that when the doors of the container is opened and you see this bags, that's not unfamiliar to seasoned detectives, because this is the modus operandi that's applied and visible on all the photos. If I was at that crime scene, I would have closed the doors of the container, properly cordoned off the scene, and then requested the LCRC to arrive at the scene, obviously also requested perhaps a canine dog for a further search of the area, and waited until they arrived before I proceeded with the scene. The preservation of the evidence at the crime scene is your only chance of being successful. And therefore it's critical to make optimally use of all the possible leads, forensic leads that can be collected from that crime scene. Once that crime scene is disrupted, that possibility of gathering that evidence is gone. And you will never get the opportunity to collect fingerprint or DNA evidence from such a crime scene again. So that would have been the process that I would have followed.
Thank you.
Did you ever get to know, General, what exactly they meant by the scene becoming busy? What was the detail in that regard?
Commissioner, there was not more detail to that explanation by the officers involved there. But it's clear that we need to manage a crime scene where it is. If there's a cash in transit heist in the CBD of Tshwane, I cannot shift that crime scene because it's becoming congested with perhaps onlookers. As a police officer, it's first and foremost my responsibility to ensure that the scene is cordoned off and to prevent access of bystanders and other individuals coming to that scene. In any event, a depot is a controlled environment. It's not as if it's in the streets. It's a controlled environment. So even if it got busy with perhaps employees arriving or trucks arriving to collect containers, it's not supposed to impede with the activities that's supposed to be conducted at that crime scene.
You describe the crime scene in the way you describe it as the container itself. You would have closed up the container and the work inside. But the explanation that seems to have been given, that has been given here, suggests even outside of the container itself. So perhaps if you would just, for our understanding, give a description of what would be the perimeter, or in this kind of case, you're at the harbor, at a depot. There are other containers. There's this particular container. What is the perimeter of what you describe as a crime scene? And depending on the perimeter, is it open or at risk of people coming in and out if they are not part of the operation itself that has cordoned off the area?
Commissioners, obviously it will depend from scene to scene, what's the layout. But initially the scene is confined to the container. That per se implicate that you have the scene under control. And you can decide where to set the perimeter. Because we must remember that that scene is now transferred from the container to the outside of the container, where the exhibits obviously will be opened. The LCRC personnel will conduct the necessary investigations, and you need to make it prepare that area to such an extent that it will enable you to perform your duties to the required standard. So, as I said, the scene will dictate how big that area is that you will need, and then you need to cordon it off as such. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, General.
Just so we are clear, General, the scene is the container after it has been offloaded from the ship or whatever instrument it came in. So it's not the ship itself, it is the individual container once it has been offloaded and you discover illicit drugs in it. Is that the scene?
That's correct, Commissioner. In this circumstances, obviously it's at the warehouse. So after the container was offloaded from the vessel at the docks, it is then transported to a specific container warehouse or a depot, and then from there it is disseminated further or unpacked. So that is the crime scene. It is at the warehouse, which is a controlled environment.
The scene is not the warehouse itself, it is the container.
Indeed, initially, Commissioner, but then depending on the space that you need to effectively deal with crime scene management principles will dictate where you set the boundaries and cordon off the area where you restrict movement of individuals.
Thank you.
Thank you, General. We're now at paragraph 50.
According to the protocol and the national instruction, the DPCI officers ought to have contacted a crime scene examiner from LCRC. As indicated earlier, the FSL is contacted where the crime scene is a clandestine drug laboratory. In this instance, the LCRC had to be contacted. According to the version recorded in the factual report prepared by Major General Sonona on 9 November 2021, the DPCI officer stated that they called FSL, Forensic Science Laboratory, on the standby number in order to attend the scene, but FSL stated that they could not attend because it was not a clan lab scenario. This is correct. FSL should not have been contacted. The factual report is attached to the information note prepared by Lieutenant General T.C. Mosekidi in January 22, who was the Deputy National Head of the DPCI at the time. This information note with annexures is attached and marked as HFF4.
Who was in charge of this operation at the dock when the bust was made?
It was Colonel Jacob, was the most senior officer. So obviously he assumes responsibility and take control and command of the scene, Commissioner.
And did he have experience in crime scene management? Was it the first bust that he was involved with, to your knowledge?
By no means, Commissioner, extremely experienced. The colleague by then was the team leader for the narcotics team or the SANEP team at Durban Serious Organized Crime Investigation, and he subsequently became the commander.
Thank you.
So he's very experienced.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Commissioner. General, we will deal with the information note as well later. Can we then deal with paragraph 51?
There is no explanation why LCRC was not contacted. The officers indicate that photographs were taken by them at the crime scene. The photographs must be taken by the LCRC crime scene examiner, who must prepare a report thereafter. No fingerprints were uplifted and no DNA collected. This would have had to be done by the LCRC crime scene examiner. Furthermore, the exhibits had to be sealed at the crime scene, but was only done after the cocaine was transported and stored in Port Shepstone.
General, based on your testimony as to how things ought to have unfolded, everything seems to have gone wrong here. Do you want to just tell us your knowledge of the expertise of the people that were involved here, the officers that were involved here? I'm just trying to understand why everything would have gone wrong. I understand you may possibly have some reluctance to comment on the expertise or lack of it of your colleagues, but the reality is, based on your testimony, everything went wrong. So indeed, I'm trying to understand in my mind why that is so, or why that was so. So do you have any views as to why everything went wrong?
Chairperson, what I can perhaps provide to assist the Commission is that right from inception, when we start with our training in the college, we get exposure to how to deal with crime scenes. And whether it is a drug seizure, a major drug seizure, whether it's a murder case, whether it's a cash-in robbery incident, the principles remain the same. So whether you are experienced or inexperienced, obviously you can make mistakes as a junior member. But from the knowledge that I have is that the colleagues that were present at this crime scene under the supervision of Colonel Jacob were all experienced. There was no need for things to go wrong. And I believe further in my evidence I will also address some of these aspects, Commissioners.
Are you aware if any disciplinary steps, assuming there's no criminal conduct on the part of the officers involved, are you aware if, and let me not say disciplinary because that may be a wrong word, further training, steps to reinforce? And even that, Chair, I'm reluctant to use. What I'm really looking for is if there are processes in place and those processes were not followed, steps to either reinforce, in other words, train people to ensure that these things don't happen again, or if it's serious enough, then consequence management, either in the form of discipline or some other steps. Are you aware in this specific case, and we're only confining ourselves to the movement of the exhibits, not yet the storage, are you aware that any steps were taken?
According to my knowledge, no steps were initiated, Commissioners, and I'm not aware of follow-up workshopping or training that took place to empower colleagues within that space. But training and workshopping is ongoing processes. We have a program in SAPS where colleagues of all ranks are exposed to different types of training, of which the most important perhaps for a detective is the resolving of crime, or the ROC course, where detectives are extensively exposed to the processes that needs to be followed to ensure that the integrity of crime scenes and investigations are upheld.
Thank you, Commissioners. General, can I just ask you to go back to page 16, paragraph 41. Page 16, paragraph 41, where you actually start out with the facts on the 21st of June, 2021. It says, following intelligence received on 21 June. And then it says 22 June, Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and Warrant Officer Mpangasi were contacted. Who contacted them?
Well, via the provincial officers, Captain Duma requested specifically Colonel Jacob to to be part of this operation, Commissioners.
And Captain Duma is from Crime Intelligence.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And a warrant officer, Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and Warrant Officer Mpangasi is from DPCI.
That's correct, Commissioners.
So he requests for them to be specifically, or for Jacob, for Colonel Jacob to be specifically put on this.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And where was Colonel Jacob at the time when this request was made?
He was on leave, Commissioner, so he returned from leave to attend to this operation.
And who instructed Colonel Jacob to attend?
Commissioners,
surely-
I'm not 100% sure of that. I can read up on it, but it was from the provincial office that he received the directive to proceed with that investigation.
So Captain Duma from Crime Intelligence specifically asks for Colonel Jacob, but Colonel Jacob must be instructed by somebody within DPCI, of course. It can't come from Captain Duma directly.
Yeah, that's correct. Obviously, for proper governance, that's the procedure to be followed, but a police officer can place yourself on duty at any time to attend to a crime scene.
So you don't know whether Captain Dumas asked Colonel Jacobs directly, or whether he went through somebody at DPCI and requested?
I do not know if he also spoke to Colonel Jacob in person, but the directive came from the provincial office.
And when you say the provincial office, who are you referring to?
Commissioners, that's what I said. I need to just check the records to make sure of that fact. I do not want to unintentionally mislead the Commission.
But who would Colonel Jacobs' direct superior be at that time?
At that time, if he was the team leader for SANEP, then it would have been the unit commander. I do not know if there was a unit commander in Durban by then. And then obviously that all follows up to the provincial structures, who would be Brigadier Newswa as the provincial commander.
But between Brigadier Nuswa and Colonel Jacob, there would be somebody in between, presumably?
As the unit commander, if Colonel Jacob by then was not perhaps acting as the unit commander, there would have been another layer in between.
Okay, thank you. So then, General, if we can then go back to page 20 of your statement. Should I take page? Yes. Chair, moving on to another subtopic. Perhaps this would be a convenient time to take the lunch adjournment.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Ms. Sigers-Ncube.
Thank you, Chair. General, just before the lunch adjournment, we were on page 20, starting a new subtopic, questionable decision-making regarding storage of the seized cocaine. Before you deal with this topic, can I just ask you, why do you refer to it as questionable decision-making?
Commissioners, as I have indicated earlier, the investigation as we speak is still continuing, proceeding. I've got my own strong views about what transpired there. But unfortunately, I cannot speak to my views. Evidence and facts will dictate ultimately in relation to this matter.
Thank you, General. Okay, we can then start with paragraph 52. At some point, I'm going to refer you to HFF 4 when we deal with some of the factual information, but you can proceed in the meantime.
Thank you, Commissioners. The exhibits had to be transported to the police station in the jurisdiction where the crime occurred, which was indeed Isipingo Police Station. According to the factual report by General Sonona, Warrant Officer Perumal indicated that there was no space to store the exhibits at Isipingo. However, according to Warrant Officer Perumal, he was never asked to store the exhibits at Isipingo. It was also confirmed by Colonel Jacob that Warrant Officer Perumal was never asked if there was capacity to store the exhibits at Isipingo. According to Colonel Jacob, Isipingo was not considered because it is well known that Isipingo is a smaller police station and is in a high-risk area.
Sorry, can I just ask, in the first sentence, is that supposed to be to the jurisdiction? What do you mean by they are transported in the jurisdiction?
Commissioner, it basically means that our standing orders dictate that if it's in that station precinct, the exhibit seized, it needs to go to that police station.
So it must go to?
It must go to that police station. That's correct.
Yes.
Thank you, General. Can I ask you to go to HFF 4, which is starts on page 113 of the second section. And before I take you to the section that I want you to deal with, can you just identify this document for us?
Commissioners, this document is an information note that was prepared and submitted by the then Deputy National Head of the DPCI, Lieutenant General Mosikidi, to the National Head of the DPCI, Lieutenant General Labia.
And what was the purpose of the information note?
The purpose of the information note was to apprise the National Head on the feedback in relation to the burglary or housebreaking and theft of the 541 kilograms of cocaine from Port Shepstone Serious Organized Crime Investigation Unit.
Okay, and on page 113 at paragraph 2.2, under the heading background, you will see that General Mosikiri refers to, it says that she traveled to KwaZulu-Natal and met with the provincial head, Major General Sonona. Subsequently, the provincial head submitted a report regarding the incident, and it is summarized as follows. And then on the next page is a summary, according to General Mosikiri, of what General Sonona had reported about the incident. And he also starts with the seizure of the drugs in June 2021. Now, we've dealt with some of the evidence that General Sonona deals with in his factual report, But if I can then ask you to go to page 115, where he deals with what happens to the cocaine and specifically referencing Warrant Officer Perumal. If I could ask you to read, without reading out the SAP reference number in paragraph 2.2.5, if you could read that paragraph into the record.
Paragraph 2.2.5, the exhibits were counted by the members and it was established that there were 541 bricks of cocaine weighing approximately 1 kilogram. I think it was supposed to read 1 kilogram each. They were entered into Isipingo with a reference number. Warrant Officer Perumal of Isipingo SAPS indicated that they did not have space to store such volume of narcotics. A provincial office was notified of the lack of storage facility at the station and at FSL.
Now, are you aware of where General Sonona would have gotten the version that Warrant Officer Perumal said that there wasn't any space at Isipingo to store the drugs?
Commissioners, I don't know for a fact, but it can only be from his subordinates that were either at the scene or overseeing, so either within the provincial structure or from Colonel Jacob and his team.
I did refer you earlier on, in your evidence that Colonel Jacob's version is in fact that he never engaged Warrant Officer Perumal about the capacity. If you look at what you say in 52, in fact, he says, Colonel Jacob says that he was Warrant Officer Perumal was never asked if there was capacity to store the exhibits at Isipingo. According to Colonel Jacob, Isipingo was not considered because it is well known that Isipingo is a smaller police station and is in a high-risk area. So on Colonel Jacob's own version, he never engaged with Warrant Officer Perumal about whether there was capacity or not. He's going off the basis that it is well known that Isipingo doesn't have capacity.
That's correct, Commissioners. He basically confirms what Perumal has said, that Perumal was not engaged.
And could you find any statement in the docket, which is obviously not before us for various reasons, but could you find any statement in the docket where Warrant Officer Perumal says that he said there was no capacity?
There is no such statement, Commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you, General. And then at 2.2.6 on page 115. If you could just read that.
The Provincial Commander for Serious Organised Crime indicated that the DPCI Port Shepstone Soccer Unit premises can be utilised to store the said exhibits. This location has been used to store drug exhibits previously, and it has 2 strong rooms.
And who would the Provincial Commander of SOC be there in this?
It is Brigadier Newswa, Commissioners.
Okay, so Brigadier Nuswa would have been the one that indicated that the DPCI Port Shepstone can be used.
That's correct.
And do you have any knowledge of whether that facility had been previously used to store drugs?
I do not have any such knowledge, Commissioners.
And can you describe?
Can I just understand the answer? What does it mean? Is it that you personally are not aware, or you know it's never been used for that?
No, it's about my own personal knowledge, Commissioners.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, General. General, is there a difference between the strong rooms that's described here in this paragraph 2.2.6? Where these drugs, the drugs was going to be stored in one of these strong rooms. Is there a difference between that strong room and the safes that are used at police stations?
Well, I do not know what is what was the position in relation to the safe at Port Shepstone or the strong rooms as it's referred to. But in terms of at police stations, the walk-in safes has to comply to certain standards in terms of the thickness of the walls, for instance, how it is additionally safeguarded, as well as the doors, the quality of the door, the type of locks that's being used, etc. So there is specific standards to it, but I cannot comment to the standard of the strong rooms in Port Shepstone.
And in so far as security is concerned?
At Port Shepstone, indeed inferior to at the police station, because police stations are manned 24 hours per day. So there's at all material times armed police officers on duty at the police station, which was not the case at Port Shepstone. At this,
but General,
facility.
what do you do if what Colonel Jacob says is correct, that the police station at Ispingo is a smaller police station and is in a high-risk area? Would you still insist that these exhibits should have been stored there?
Commissioner, further in my evidence, I will prove why it was supposed to be kept at Isipingu. But if there was, for instance, a fear of perhaps a theft at Isipingu, there was all other alternatives readily available.
Okay.
Thank you, General. Then at 2.2.7, could you read that?
The exhibits were then transported to Port Shepstone DPCI offices under armed escort from POP tracking team members who are seconded to Durban Serious Organised Crime Investigation. The unit commander of the DPCI Soki, Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, was informed about the arrangement and allowed members to utilize a strong room to store the exhibits.
General, this is of course a recordal of what General Senona had reported to General Mosikidi as the factual report. Where did you get, because earlier on you gave evidence that General Senona was present when the drugs were stored. He doesn't mention this in this factual report of his that he was present. There's only mention about the unit commander, Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, was informed about the arrangement and allowed the members to utilize the room, but we don't actually get anything as to whether General Senona was there. How do you know that he was there?
Commissioners, that information is sourced from the case docket.
So there are witnesses or a witness that says he was there?
Indeed, Commissioners.
And presumably those witnesses would be the people that were present, either would be police officers?
Indeed, Commissioners.
And then if I could ask you to...
Oh, just before that, General, the drugs that had been stored at Isipingo was 16 months previously. What were those? What type of drugs were those? Just remind me, I know it is somewhere here.
The drugs that were stolen,
stored.
The 547.
The 547.
In February 2020.
oh, that was Mandrax, Commissioner.
Mandrax. I'm asking
At
that.
Isipingo.
Yes, I'm asking that because the kilograms may not necessarily be the determinant with regard to the space needed for storage. Take Dhaka for example. 547 or 541 kgs of Dhaka would take much more space than 541 kgs of cocaine. I'm not an expert in cocaine, but I think that's the CU. I would be surprised if you were to say I'm wrong on that. Do you get my drift?
Yes, your observation is spot on, Chairperson.
Yes. Can you relate that then
yes,
to Mandrax and cocaine?
Yeah, Mandrax basically is tablets. So it's also compressed into tablets and then packaged predominantly in 1,000 tablets per package, packages. So
yes.
I'm of the view that obviously depending on space, but it's more or less the same volume that it will take up, whether it's cocaine or Mandrax, of more or less the same mass.
Well, that answers my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Chair. Then, General, if you can read 2.2.9 into the record.
Samples were taken and forwarded to the FSL on 2021-07-05 for analysis. The analysis report is still awaited.
Now, this report that with the information note was 2021, November 2021, was prepared in November 2021. We are now in 2026. Do you know if that analysis report is available now?
Commissioners, there was never a report issued by the Forensic Science Laboratory in Amanzimtoti due to flooding of the premises, where all the exhibits or some exhibits, inclusive of this exhibits, were contaminated as a result of the flooding. So that basically nullified the prospects of obtaining a report there, and no report was issued as such.
And when did that flood occur?
There was multiple floods over the years, Commissioners. I'm not sure of the exact date of the flooding that caused this exhibits not to be in a position to be examined.
But do you know if by November 2021, when the theft occurred, the flood had already occurred then?
That's correct.
It had occurred?
That's correct.
Okay. Then, if we can go back to your statement, paragraph 52. Sorry, we're done with 52. If we can go to 53.
I just checked. I think the floods were in May 2022.
Yeah, Commissioner, that premises specifically was prone to flooding. Even before that major flooding of 2022, I can recall that.
So it was a separate incident?
So yes, there were separate incidents.
But you don't know which flood it was, that it's presumably in the docket somewhere?
No, I do not have detailed knowledge of that.
Thank you. Paragraph 53. You're referring to the Isipingo, Colonel Jacob's version that Isipingo it's well known that it is a smaller police station and is in a high-risk area.
That's correct.
So you can read 53?
I find this explanation quite strange. The exhibits are supposed to be transferred to FSL within 7 days from the date of storage if the protocol and national instructions are adhered to. In other words, capacity for 541 kilograms was limited to no more than 7 days as intended by the protocol and national instructions. I referred earlier to 547 kilograms of Mandrax seized in 2020. This seizure occurred on 5 February 2020 at CHC depot in Prospecton, Durban, where SARS Customs detected a consignment of suspected Mandrax. The exhibits, 547 kilograms, were booked in at Isipingo SAPS and kept in the armory. The same police station that apparently is known not to have capacity. The exhibits were submitted to the Forensic Science Laboratory on 12 November 2021. If Isipingo SAPS could store 547 kilograms in February 2020, it is unclear why the 541 kilograms of cocaine could not be stored at Isipingo 16 months later.
And then over the page, paragraph 54.
If the concerns regarding Isipingo's capacity and risk profile were considerations in the decision to store the seized cocaine elsewhere, it is unclear why the cocaine was not stored at the police station closer to Isipingo. The 4 closest police stations to the Durban Harbour are Isipingo, Maiden Wharf, Brighton Beach and Umbilu. And the reason why we refer to these 4 police stations, commissioners, is because that is the police stations where, from the list of inquiries that I've drawn, was the stations that were utilized to store the exhibits at.
General, we'll get to those lists of inquiries because there's still more homework to be done on that from you. But can you just explain to the commissioners how it came about that you drew that list of inquiries of other drug busts that occurred?
Commissioners, based on the facts that came to the fore in relation to the actual seizure of the 541 kilograms and subsequent burglary and theft of it, I took a decision, and all the irregularities that took place there, I took a decision to look at similar seizures from from Durban Harbour to determine whether that forms a pattern or if this was an exceptional case. And that's the reason why I have requested a number of other inquiries, similar seizures at Durban Harbour, for further analysis.
And one of those inquiries, was it the 30 July 2021, approximately 1,000 kilogram cocaine bust?
Indeed, Commissioners.
Okay, that we dealt with earlier.
That's correct.
Okay, then, so you, from those inquiries, you then looked at where those exhibits were stored after they were seized. These are the 4 police stations that you had picked up. It was Isipingo, it was Maiden Wharf, Brighton Beach and Umbilu.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay, you can then continue with paragraph 55.
The distance between Isipingo Police Station and Maiden Wharf Police Station is 20 kilometers. Brighton Beach, between now Isipingo and Brighton Beach Police Station is 13 kilometers. And between between Isipingo and Umbilu is 17 kilometers. And then from Isipingo to Durban Central Police Station is 24 kilometers.
You may continue with 56.
I do not know why none of these facilities were considered as alternatives. Instead, the Port Shepstone DPCI Soke Unit premises 100 kilometers from Isipingo Police Station was considered appropriate.
Continue.
Apart from the proximity to the Mandrax seizure, where the Mandrax was stored at Isipingo. I referred earlier to the 1,000 kilogram cocaine bust on 30 July 2021. These exhibits were stored at Maiden Wharf, which is 20 kilometers from Isipingo Police Station. Another example relates to the seizure on 16 February 2022, where DPCI members of Durban Serious Organised Crime Investigation Unit, in conjunction with Crime Intelligence, seized 550 kilograms of cocaine at Manuchar warehouse. The cocaine was hidden in the cargo in a shipment container. The container originated from the port of Santos in Brazil. The crime scene was properly dealt with in terms of crime scene management principles. The exhibits were photographed and sealed in forensic evidence bags. The exhibits were booked in at non-SAPS and submitted to the Forensic Science Laboratory on 24 February 2022.
Thank you, General. Then if we can move to the next topic, which is the theft of the seized cocaine from DPCI Port Shepstone premises. Paragraph.
Maybe before you do that, General, has there been instances where drugs that were seized were kept at the Port Shepstone offices?
Commissioner, as I testified, I am not aware of any such, except for what I've seen at the commission over TV, that apparently there was consignments of, or a consignment kept in that SAP 13 facility. But from my own knowledge, I cannot confirm that.
Thank you.
I think, General, when we asked General Senona why he considered this facility safe, he gave that evidence and said because in the past they had stored drugs at the facility. Although I think there were 2 incidents in 2018 where there was theft or some other thing. But he said because in the 3 years prior there had been no incident, he was satisfied that, you know, the facility was safe to store these drugs.
Commissioners, I will still get to that point, but I do not agree with General Senona.
Yeah. Okay, before you go to the next section, in paragraphs 54, 55, and 57, you seem to be implying, without saying it, that there were improper motives for sending these drugs to the DPCI facility in Port Shepstone, because you are suggesting that there were other more suitable facilities, so you don't know why these drugs were not stored there, but then you leave it like that. It's almost as if you are implying that there was an improper motive for sending them to this facility.
Commissioners, that is why I've said at the inception of this portion of my evidence that I have my own strong views about what transpired here, but it needs to be deduced to facts and evidence before I can reach conclusions. And that is why I keep it to the facts, because the other options was available. And there's proof that those facilities, there was similar or even bigger drug seizures from Durban Harbour kept at that facilities without any problems in the past.
So can we leave it at you have a suspicion, but because you don't have the facts, you want to leave it at that?
I would prefer that, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
General, I'm going to refer to a few issues, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 7 or so, which raise in my mind the following issues or questions. Was it purely a comedy of errors that so many things went wrong, or is it so that perhaps right from the beginning the idea was to eventually steal the drugs? Let me raise this. The evidence has touched on them already, but I just want to put them together to show that it's quite difficult to believe that in one case there would have been such a comedy of errors. The scene right at the beginning, the crime scene, as you gave details, was handled improperly or not according to prescripts. That's number one. Number two, although 16 months previously, 547 kilograms of Mandrex had been stored at Isipingo, all of a sudden 541 kgs of cocaine could not be stored there. Number three, as a result, the cocaine was taken to 8 DPCI storage in Port Shepstone. Number four, the cocaine was not stored at the Maiden Wharf, at Brighton Beach, at Umbilo, or at Durban Central, the furthest of which is Durban Central, is only 24 kilometers from Isipingo. Fifth, there is no explanation why the Port Shepstone storage, which is 100 kilometers from Isipingo, was chosen. And sixth, on your evidence, General Sinona did not follow the prescripts with regard to the handling of keys. Remember what you said about the custodian. So it's in that context that I say General Sinona did not follow the prescripts with regard to the handling of keys. That's a long line of steps right from the crime scene, the very first involvement of the police. They handled the scene wrongly. And from that point on, all the way to the storage in Port Shepstone, everything is going wrong. And the culmination is the theft of the cocaine. Could this have merely been a comedy of errors, or was there something more? Please express a view if you can or you are willing to.
Commissioners, I'm of the view that it's no coincidence and that the sequence of events is indeed I would just want to get the correct word. It's by design, if I can perhaps word it as such.
In fact, I could even add no CCTV cameras, no 24-hour guards, and even if ordinarily they did not have those, but now that they have this much cocaine valued at the amount that it was, and perhaps the value did not matter much. This was a serious offense in and of itself. So that's 7 and 8 of the several factors. Please continue, General.
General, do you still want to finalize your answer to the chair? You said it's by design. There are, of course, further factors that will add to the chair's list. So maybe you want to reserve.
No, I'll maintain with that statement. Thank you, Commissioners.
He says that he believes that it was by design, Chair.
And that it was no coincidence.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, General.
Thank you.
So perhaps then let's add to the Chair's list. At paragraph 60, we deal with the theft.
During the period 6 to 8 November 2021, the 541 kilograms of cocaine seized on 22 June 2021 was stolen from the DPCI Port Shepstone strong room with the use of a grinder to gain entry. It is unclear when the theft occurred because the alarm system that was fitted at the premises was not properly working. In addition, there was no armed response services because the contract with the private security company was not renewed, having expired on 31 March 2020. The alarm was also not maintained. And what I mean
In fact, General, we can't even tell that the drugs were stolen after the metal gate or whatever had been cut. Who knows that a key was used to open, take out the drugs nicely, close, and then saw off just for the pretense that there was that kind of break-in. It's pure speculation. Maybe I should not bother you, but it's not beyond the realm of possibility, not with everything that happened here. Please continue, General. Thank you.
General, do you just want to explain the part about the alarm was also not maintained?
Yeah, the importance of that, Commissioners, is that during that time we were suffering of load shedding. So it meant that after a series of load shedding, the alarm, when the electricity came back, would not automatically reset. It had to be done manually.
And what is the relevance of that insofar as the theft is concerned? That's 6, 7, and 8. Was there load shedding?
There was indeed load shedding during that period, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. General, then if you can deal with paragraph 61, which I think 61 and 62, which you say is for you one of very strong indicators of these events being by design. Can you just deal with 61?
It is of concern that 4 months after the seizure, the cocaine had not been transferred to FSL. As stated earlier, the exhibits must be transferred to FSL immediately, but not later than 7 working days in exceptional circumstances. Colonel Jacob indicated that he was informed by FSL that there was no space for the exhibits. This seems to be a regular occurrence. In the other seizures referred to earlier, the reason for non-compliance with the 7-day period appears to also be that FSL has no capacity to receive the exhibits.
General, can I just take you back to that last sentence in paragraph 60? The alarm was also not maintained. I understood you to say because of load shedding, whenever power came back on, it had to be reset.
Yes, it does not automatically reset, so it had to be reset. So it tells us, Commissioner, that even the battery backup systems were in all probability not fully functional anymore.
And whose failing would it have been to make sure that doesn't happen, that the alarm is reset, the battery is always functioning in that center?
Well, Commissioner, I believe that the problem emerged subsequent to the contract with a security company expiring on the 31st of March 2020. So it means subsequent to that, there was no link between that alarm system and the security company. And also the equipment per se was not maintained. So new batteries was, for instance, not installed in case of load shedding.
Okay, so absent the renewal of the contract, the station or the office couldn't do anything about this alarm situation?
No, those type of processes need to be dealt with by supply chain management within the provincial office of the DPCI, or if it's depicted within the fashion that it's perhaps the responsibility of the owner of the building. Okay. I do not know what was the case at Port Shepstone.
Thank you. Thanks, General.
Thank you, General. And then paragraph 62 on page 23.
This may indeed be what FSL communicated to the investigating officers when requests were made to FSL, but I wish to highlight the matter that casts doubt on the veracity of this version. On the 9th of July 2021, a few weeks after the 541 kilogram cocaine seizure, officials seized 700 kilograms of cocaine in Ayrton, Johannesburg. The Ayrton cocaine exhibits were transferred to FSL on 19 July 2021 for analysis and storage. If FSL had capacity on 19 July 2021 to store 700 kilograms, it is unclear why it did not have capacity for 541 kilograms 3 weeks earlier or at any time before the 2021 theft in Port Shepstone.
But does FSL have a dedicated space for drugs? I'm just thinking, what if they had in storage something else altogether?
Commissioner,
I'm just thinking maybe focus now is just on drugs. And when last did you store drugs? You stored them on 19 July 2021. But that does not also answer the question, what else could have been stored during that period?
Commissioner, I do not have detailed knowledge about how forensic science are going about their business. But what I know for a fact is that there's different sections who has their own storing capabilities within that sections. So I would then consider it that the narcotics section would have its own dedicated storage facilities, because those analysts are dealing with narcotic cases only.
Sorry, General, in paragraph 62, one is in Johannesburg and one is in KZN, so I'm a bit lost there. The FSL capacity you are referring to when you say it's unclear why they did not have capacity for 541 kilograms. Are you saying the Iroton bust, those drugs were stored in KZN?
No, by no means.
Are you suggesting that the ones that were found in KZN should have been brought to Johannesburg?
That's correct. Okay. That's correct, Commissioner.
Sorry, General, in answering that question, can you just explain to the commissioners again the anomaly here with the Amamzantoti reference versus what happened with the other bus that you looked at and where they went?
Yeah, all the other major seizures, commissioners, were submitted to the main lab, and that is in Silverton, Pretoria, Forensic Science Laboratory. Strange enough, with this matter, only the correspondence took place between Colonel Jacob and the lab in Amamzantoti. Whilst everybody is privy to the fact that the major busts, all the exhibits, are transported to the main lab in Pretoria.
Thank you, Commissioners.
When does Colonel Jacob say who at FSL Amamzantoti he spoke to that said they don't have capacity?
There is evidence to that effect, okay. Commissioner. Okay. Indeed.
Right.
Okay. Commissioner Palwe, it's at 64.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. You may proceed, General. 60. If we can just on 62 deal with FSL. In your experience, is it indeed the case that they regularly inform investigating officers who need to transfer exhibits to their facilities that they don't have capacity?
It happens indeed from time to time, Commissioner. Obviously, it depends on how much exhibits are delivered and whether they are stacked to capacity or not. So indeed, it's happening. It's a practical problem. But obviously, if there's massive seizures and you speak to commanders within that space, I believe you will be accommodated, if anyhow possible.
And then, General, if the exceptional circumstances scenario, which says it must be done no later than 7 working days, so now the 7 days expire, what is the obligation on the investigating officer insofar as ensuring that FSL does at some point get the exhibits? Do they just leave it until they hear from FSL, or do they have to do regular inquiries? How does it work?
No, there needs to be regular inquiries, Commissioners, but not just from the investigator. The investigator is operating at a low level. Although they are performing a critical role within the system, this needs to go further. We have a process in place where we call a priority request. So under these circumstances, a provincial commander or a unit commander or the provincial head is at liberty to submit a request to the leadership of the Forensic Science Laboratory and request, obviously depending on the sensitivity and the urgency of completing an investigation, to prioritize this matter. And it's my experience...
and also responsible for electricity, but I'd also like to use the opportunity to invite the other members who are present to introduce themselves.
You promised to list your purse today. You just wish there was a magic button that would turn it into cash. Well, there is. Turn your closet into cash with Yaga. Start selling with 0 fees by downloading the free Yaga app today.
PMD offers comprehensive car insurance that you can trust from as little as 620.
Of your report and read that. Page 23, paragraph 64.
There is an allegation that FSL was again contacted on 27 October 2021 to expedite the analysis report. However, Warrant Officer Sechedi reiterated that FSL did not have space to store the exhibits. This is after FSL had received 700 kilograms of cocaine seized in Eriton in July 2021. Curiously, no attempts were made to increase security at the premises or to move the cocaine to a more secure location after the attempted break-in.
What would have been
FSL had received 700 kilograms of cocaine seized in Eriton in July 2021. Curiously, no attempts were made to increase security at the premises or to move the cocaine to a more secure location after the attempted break-in.
What would have been
FSL had received 700 kilograms of cocaine seized in Eriton in July 2021. Curiously, no attempts were made to increase security at the premises or to move the cocaine to a more secure location after the attempted break-in.
What would have been
FSL had received 700 kilograms of cocaine seized in Eriton in July 2021. Curiously, no attempts were made to increase security at the premises or to move the cocaine to a more secure location after the attempted break-in.
What would have been
FSL had received 700 kilograms of cocaine seized in Eriton in July 2021. Curiously, no attempts were made to increase security at the premises or to move the cocaine to a more secure location after the attempted break-in.
what would have been
FSL had received 700 kilograms.
Did they make it true who said they don't have space?
Commissioners, there is a pro forma document that need to be completed that accompany the actual exhibits or the samples that was obtained now to FSL. So upon handing up or handing in the exhibits at FSL, you submit that request of the necessary investigations that need to be performed by FSL with the exhibits, and you receive an acknowledgement of receipt. So under normal circumstances, that letter will be under the signature of the unit commander to the forensic science laboratory commander, who then obviously disseminate the exhibits to the appropriate section for further handling.
So if for some good reason a decision had been made not to transfer this consignment to Silverton, but let's say there was a good reason and it was to be taken to Amanzimtoti, you're saying that process would follow. There would be a completion of a pro forma document that gets submitted. And would that be for the entire consignment?
No, Commissioner, obviously if the entire consignment was submitted, then that request would have included then all the seal numbers of all the exhibits. So under these circumstances, the request would have only spoken to the samples that was submitted.
Yeah. So there was never a request to Amanzimtoti for the entire consignment to be taken to Amanzimtoti. At least there's no record of that.
There's no written records of that, Commissioner. Okay. Although obviously there's a lot of indications that there was telephonic discussions between the detectives in KZN, the DPCI detectives, and FSL. Okay. And it's substantiated with witness statements.
Yes, I understand that part. I think what I'm trying to clear is to distinguish a conversation about a sample.
Yes.
Between DPCI and FSL, and a conversation between the same parties, FSL Amanzimtoti, about the entire consignment. I'm just trying to get clarity of mind that what was the discussion about? It was about a sample or about the entire consignment?
I think both, Commissioners. Obviously, in writing was the request for the sampling of the, or the analysis of the samples. Yes. But according to the investigation team, they also made efforts to get the exhibits in totality deposited to Amanzimtoti. But it does not add up because in all the other instances, it was transferred successfully to FSL main lab in Silverton.
Okay. Thank you, General. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner. General, we're now at, General, just on the samples, so now we have another version that there was then a request from FSL for presumably 7 bricks. Is that usual for them to be requesting, to be making those kind of requests for samples, FSL?
Commissioners, I cannot account for the truth of that version, but it does not make sense to me. And it goes back to my earlier argument that detectives are not scientists like the analysts or experts at FSL. We know nothing about random sampling, so how would they have decided to pick 7 of the 541 bricks? In any event for forensics, to be in a position to bring out a report, they had to weigh all the exhibits on a calibrated scale, which is provided for within the FSL space.
And do you know if the bricks were ever, the 7 additional bricks were ever submitted to the FSL?
That never transpired, Commissioners.
So the 7 bricks never went to FSL?
That's correct.
Ms. Ncube, sorry I need to complete my question. I think you asked it again, but the final leg of it was missing. The 1,000 kilogram bust, you said the exhibits were stored at Maiden Wharf. And then in the follow-up question by Ms. Ncube, you said they were later transferred to FSL in Silverton. After how long was that? And I'm trying to make sense of the Port Shepstone one. Was it after 5 months or was it in a short space of time?
Commissioners, if I can perhaps just be referred to my statement, the correct paragraph, because there was a period that lapsed.
Yeah, it's paragraph 58, and then much earlier, I don't think in the earlier paragraph, that's when I asked the question.
Yeah,
they said we'll come to it later.
Yes.
And where we dealt with it was...
If my memory serves me correct, that 1,000 kilogram seizure was submitted to FSL subsequent to the break-in at Port Shepstone. So it was early in December of 2021.
But then you can't use that example to say, well, if it happened in the 1,000 kilogram case, then the Port Shepstone one must also have been sent to FSL. Because as you say, this 100 kilogram, 1,000 kilogram cocaine bust was only sent to FSL after November, which means after the Port Shepstone incident, which means it's possible that if the Port Shepstone incident had not happened, this bust would also not have been transferred to FSL.
Commissioner, yes, it's possible, but I do not know what's the reasons why it was not transferred, except for the explanation from the inquiry that the investigators indicate that they made inquiries at FSL in Silverton, and they were informed that there is no space to accommodate the 1,000 kilograms.
But was it a requirement that the 541 kilogram bust must go to FSL in Pretoria?
Indeed, everything must ultimately land up with the main lab in Pretoria, Commissioner, because after completion of the investigation and the SAP 83A is completed, the exhibits, all the drugs, need to be destroyed by FSL. So all those, the major seizures, find its way to the main lab in Silverton.
You've already answered a question I was going to ask tomorrow, because my question for tomorrow is going to be, once these drugs are at FSL, what happens to them? And you've now just answered it, so thank you. Fewer questions for tomorrow then.
General, do you know if Warrant Officer Sitsedi has confirmed this kind of conversation that he said there was no storage in October?
Commissioners, I'm aware of the fact that the warrant did depose to a statement. I cannot from the top of my head remember the detail of the contents.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. General, are you aware of whether a request was made in respect of the 1,000 kilograms, whether a priority request was made to FSL in July 2021 for them to take 1,000? Because isn't that the biggest bust at that point?
It was indeed the biggest seizure. I'm not aware of such priority request, Commissioners.
And in respect of the 700 kilograms for Ayrton, are you aware if there was a special request there? Because that movement was quite quick, from 9 July, the seizure, to 19 July.
I'm not aware if there was any interventions from the colleagues in Gauteng to facilitate the quick submission of those exhibits, Commissioners.
Thank you. Then, General, I think we were at paragraph 65.
I say this especially because even before the exhibits were stored at Port Shepstone, the premises had not been secure. In the information note, General Mosikiri refers to six break-ins at the premises before June 2021, with the most recent before the theft being on 15 January 2021. Most importantly, on 22 January 2020, Lieutenant Colonel S.R. Singh, Acting Section Commander for Counterintelligence, Crime Intelligence KZN, submitted a report to the Provincial Head of Crime Intelligence KZN, Provincial Head of DPCI KZN, Section Head Operations Crime Intelligence KZN, Section Commander UGU Cluster, UGU Cluster Crime Intelligence KZN, and the National Head Security Standard Counterintelligence to address the security breach at the Port Shepstone premises following the 20 January 2020 break-in. The report is attached to General Mosikiri's information note.
Chair, at this stage, we seek your indulgence for an early adjournment. We are about to deal with the break-ins and General Mosikiri's report and the security shortcomings. There's some work that the General needs to do following on some of the questioning that occurred today, and he also wants to have a look at some more information in order to give more detail on this aspect, because it seems to have become more important than initially anticipated. He was just supposed to set the scene for the other witnesses to come. So if we could have an early adjournment today to consult with the General and perhaps draft a short supplementary statement where he deals with these additional matters, we'd be indebted to you, Chair.
And we resume at 9:30.
At 9:30, Chair.
Let's adjourn and resume at 9:32.
Thank you.